Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to the minigame podcast for Friday, August 1st, and I am starting the month off on a very bad foot, starting extremely late. It's been a rough week for me in general, and I kind of got the feeling it was going to be a rough week by Monday, and my tiredness slash sleep problems have been in full force this whole week. And so I literally have just been asleep all day today, and this is the first time I woke up since a reasonable time to start streaming has occurred, and that's really the only excuse. Also, on this week I have gotten nothing accomplished. So I had this whole water heater. It was giving me an error. We kind of identified that it was a small problem with the exhaust, but still a problem. I had called a plumber. The plumber has ghosted me, and I haven't gotten around in a week to trying to call anybody else. That is just the level of tiredness I am dealing with. I have, video game wise, that is about the only thing I have actually accomplished. Started playing PC Building Simulator, which we'll do some warm up here. I guess I should say for maybe about 45 minutes, and then we'll jump into it. Actually, I'm going to try and make the warm up even shorter than that since we're already starting late. Yeah, the top 24-hour peak concurrent chart is what we're scrolling at right now. PC Building Simulator, in its first couple of steps, really disappointed me. Now, I'm going through the career mode, and I do feel like the career mode is decent, but it still is caveated in the major disappointments that I had at the very beginning. Because at the very beginning, it has a kind of tutorial on how to build a computer, which I do disagree with the order of a lot of the steps. The visuals are not particularly good. It's not really showing you what to do. It's not really giving you enough details. And it is giving you just old information too. This is a big problem with the certification from the CCNA, the A+ certification, that is a expiring certification that you would only really take if a job was paying for you to take it and study it, to move then from the A+ certification to some of CCNA's higher certifications, which again you would only really take if your job is paying for it. And honestly, I'm not sure if any of them are great, because yes, I was at one time, if not now, I think I'm still grandfathered in and A+ certified. Last time I checked, I passed A+ certification. And even when I took it, it was teaching very old things in a way where you had to have bought their official study guide and really studied to pass the test instead of studying to actually know how to repair and build computers. But yeah, a lot of the information was really, really old. Beyond even the level of oldness that you would likely see working in an office with really, really old computers, and just kind of overemphasizing certain things and underemphasizing certain other things. PC Builder Simulator is a little bit more focused than A+, and it is only about really building computers, and so it's more modern, but it's 2018 modern. They apparently around 2022, because that's where the copyright stopped adding anything to the game. And my fear is they're just going to sell a PC Building Simulator 2 with everything that's newer. So all the new hotness as far as components aren't even like sold as expansion DLCs or updated somewhat late to the game. They're just non-existent there. So yeah, what you're building now is missing a lot. I don't think the game has NVMEs at all in it. I don't think there's a single NVMe. So that would be perhaps the most obvious line in the sand. It doesn't obviously have the most newest of NVIDIA graphics cards, or the newest of the AMD graphics cards, or AMD CPUs, or Intel CPUs. I think it starts maybe at the 10 series, maybe the 20 series of graphics cards. So anything you built in PC Simulator certainly could be around the fear of it not being good information, or the similar enough information to what building a new computer in 2025 would be like. For the most part it is, but there are some differences certainly in modern times. The how to build a PC was fairly disappointing because it has you put the motherboard in the case to begin with, and the case has a weird power caddy that adds 4 extra screws for the power supply for no reason, because it's actually a licensed official Cooler Master case, and I guess that's done. And it has these power shrouds, which are just pieces of metal that go over the power supply unit, which that's not in my case, and the case I'm using right now is not that old. Oh, and I don't know why I would want to hide my power supply. A lot of the cases are done on that vein level, and eventually it is going to get into liquid cooling stuff too, which I don't recommend liquid cooling at all. The problem with putting a motherboard in the case as the first step is that it really is just going to have your hands in the case, in the metal case, and less clearance and less visual for not really a good reason. And on top of that, even if you are going to put the motherboard in the case as first step, you definitely should turn the case sideways so it's lying down flat. So when you're pressing down with force, with a moderate amount of force, which the game never talks about that, like putting computers together, it's going to be barely hand tight when you screw in screws. You're going to put in a moderate amount of force. You want 1-2 pounds of force when pushing down RAM sticks. You don't want to shove it down and break something. It doesn't talk about where you can make those little mistakes, and a little mistake could potentially cost you hundreds of dollars, breaking a motherboard or bending a CPU pin, or just ruining it, or snapping a RAM stick, or snapping off a resistor or something off your motherboard. But yeah, you want the motherboard to be lying down flat like a pizza, not like a pizza on its side as you're trying to add the toppings. So it is mostly everybody's recommendation when building a computer to get the motherboard, take it out of the box, take it out of its anti-static bag, put the anti-static bag on top of the box, put the motherboard on top of the anti-static bag. That's where you're going to start. Then you're going to put your CPU on at that point, very cautiously, not touching really any of the top or the bottom, but if worst case scenario, touch the top, don't touch the bottom. Lining up the triangle, which they don't mention the triangle lineup, to make sure the CPU is going into the motherboard. Specifically, they don't mention that at least AMD CPUs have a piece of plastic you're not supposed to take off, and that you put the CPU shield over the plastic, and then when you squeeze down the CPU shield, it literally pops the plastic off through the hole in the middle. Then they don't mention that some coolers come with pre-applied thermal paste. They just make the assumption that you're going to install thermal paste, and then when you install thermal paste, which is really just clicking the button once, it puts a little dot in the middle and then does nothing to it. It doesn't try to spread it with the edge of like a library card or credit card that's expired. Whereas I think most people prefer either the dab in the middle in the spread or even the zigzag in the middle. It is perhaps more voodoo than reality in science, but the spreading part makes all the sense in the world, and that thermal paste should just be a really thin layer to make sure there is no air particles between the heatsink on the top of your CPU and the bottom of your cooler. So once you spread the thermal paste, which the game doesn't tell you, then you would potentially want to install your cooler, but you might also want to do a dry fit before you do even the thermal paste to make sure your RAM is not going to be in the way of your cooler, because some coolers are very tight or even completely going to block the first slot on the motherboard for RAM sticks. I only recently learned that, at least for my motherboard, there's a decent chance that installing RAM into all 4 slots drastically drops DDR4 RAM speed, maybe even DDR5 RAM speed. And so really, when building a computer, you should probably only have 2 sticks and of the 4 slots being used. But in this game, it also has made the default assumption that they always want you to put the sticks in slot 1 and slot 2. And that's not the case at all. I definitely know motherboards that want you to put the RAM in a 2-stick configuration in slot 1 and slot 3, or slot 2 and slot 4. And that actually does affect things. RAM is a whole mess there. So yeah, you never get to see like the manuals of any of the motherboards or check them, which you really should be able to do in PC Building Simulator, because some of these motherboards are literally real motherboards with licenses on them, and you don't get enough information to really compare things. The motherboards all seem to have front panel connectors that are way on the left side, which seems weird. Every motherboard, although I've only gotten gigabyte motherboards for the last 3 computers I've built, soon to be 4, all of them have front panel connectors way more on the right side, closer to the front panel. But yeah, there's weirdness there. The actual acts of building a computer versus actually doing it in the real world with like fake parts or broken parts would be completely different. That I don't know how educational that tutorial really is going to be as far as getting hands on. They don't talk about anti-static at all, which I skipped most of that in this discussion, because I'm not trying to give a full tutorial here. But yeah, you would want to try your very best to reduce static and dust and liquid. That's before you even start to touch any computer component. Otherwise you're gonna break something immediately. But yeah, with the motherboard on the box, on its static pad, after you install the CPU and the CPU fan and the RAM, then that is the point where most people recommend you put into the motherboard, because that is going to be the point where you put the motherboard in the case, is what I mean to say. That is going to be the point where the case actually starts to come into play. You have to line up specific standoffs that line up specifically with the motherboard. The standoffs often come with the case, and the motherboard can very much have different holes. That's the point you would screw it in, but you still would have the case rotated 90 degrees as you install the GPU next. And then, well, before that, if you had an NVMe, you would still do that outside of the case. It would be way easier to install an NVMe stick on a motherboard before that. But yeah, once you have it in the case, you can install the GPU. Then you can start to do the wiring. which there's really no cable management in PC Building Simulator, and no thoughts as far as cable management goes. But yeah, start doing the wiring for the components of the computer itself, and the CPU fans, which the CPU fans often and case fans often are plugging into the motherboard at that point too. So you do all of the wiring, and then notably my recommendation would be to install the power supply last. Now if you don't have a modular power supply with cables that can be detached, you'd have to put the power supply in earlier, then do the wiring. But those are becoming a thing of the past, and the game doesn't really show you any non-modular power supplies either. But by putting the power supply in last, after having connected everything else up, and then plugging all the power cords in, at that point you've guaranteed that there's no way anybody who makes a mistake would have powered up any part of the component. Then the recommendation by me would be to test everything, which at that point how to build the computer simulation ended, and you do end up doing that a lot more in the career mode. Career mode, much better of an experience because you are just running a computer shop, getting jobs to dust computers and to scan them for viruses, trying to build up your ratings eventually and unlock more components. But that gets to the second disappointment that I immediately was hit with PC Building Simulator, in that I went into free build mode and just looked at all the components that are available. And while it is an impressive variety and amount of things, a lot of things are very much just way too old to really matter. Like, while it might be impressive to have Corsair DDR4 RAM at 2133 megahertz, and then at 2666 megahertz, and then at 3000 megahertz, and then at 3200 megahertz, visually that's all going to look the same. And in reality, in 2025, all of that RAM is archaic and slow. You wouldn't be using it in a new computer. So it's not impressive unless you have the newer stuff and just constantly update it, which you could very much have just had a generic 3D model of RAM and then have the numbers update every time there's a change or a new product released. But yeah, you get short synopsises of components in career mode, and sometimes it doesn't really tell you everything you need to know. For instance, if you hover over a motherboard, it doesn't tell you in the hover over pop-up whether that motherboard is an Intel motherboard that would only use Intel CPUs, like an LG A1151, I believe is one of the standards, or if it is an AMD motherboard, like an AM4 motherboard. And you have to know that, because if you try to put in an AM5 chip into an AM4 motherboard, it's not going to fit physically, it's not going to work electronically. If you try to put an Intel chip into an AM4 motherboard, it's not going to fit physically, and it's not going to work. Inherently, if you make a mistake in career mode, you end up having to pay $100 to same day deliver the right component on top of the price of the component, and that's where you really will ruin yourself financially, is just making mistakes. Even if you end up having extra components, there's not anything to do with the extra components early on in career mode. I'm at like level 3 so far, and eventually you'll probably unlock things. And there's definitely a way in career mode where you could run very unethically and put broken components in people's computers and rip them off, but that would tank your reviews but the reviews aren't even unlocked until you're at like level 3. So you don't even know about the reviews for the first couple of them. So I'm going through the career mode as ethically as possible, and even in that, there's some weirdness in that when you replace a graphics card, the emails you get are very short. You're not seeing whatever kind of contracts you're doing. It's not telling you some of the basic things that you need to do, like make sure you have a signed, agreed upon components list as to what the device has when you received it versus what it should have when you ship it back to them. So when they ask for a new graphics card, you're just taking their old graphics card and putting it in your inventory. You're effectively stealing it unless they agreed upon that. So yeah, it's not, the game doesn't really let you be as ethical as you would want it to be. But even if you're trying your best, there are things. Weirdly, in the example of the one job where you replaced the graphics card, it would not let me put their old graphics card into the second slot of the PC. One would have been an Intel, one would have been an NVIDIA graphics card, which was the newer one, and then the other one would have been an AMD graphics card. But I mean, nothing really would have stopped you from doing that. It would have been weird. At the very least, you would have shipped the graphics card back to the person. And it shows you the invoice, so it's not like you're taking the current market value of their old graphics card and crediting them that because you're buying it from them. You're just taking it from them. Which, in fairness, running a computer shop, if you could successfully run a computer shop, which is the other thing, is that there really is no career path, at least in the United States, to run a computer shop. People just don't want to pay people a reasonable fee for that, and you just cannot make an actual business out of it, unfortunately. Although, with the current financial troubles, maybe that would come back a little. It wouldn't last in the long run. It's still way cheaper just to buy something new than it is to take your current computer to a shop. And some of the upgrades they want, where they're asking you to upgrade CPUs to the same generation but slightly faster, is something I would personally never really encourage. It's just not worth doing. A graphics card example here: if you have a 2060, then it is not financially reasonable, unless you got a 2070 for free, to replace it with a 2070. It is reasonable a little to replace it with a 3060 or a 3070. Not really reasonable to replace it with a 3050 though. And these are just rough explanations. But more reasonably, if you had a 2060, you probably would want to wait till you get to at least a 4060 or a 4070. And generally, as far as the series go, I would say stay away from the 60 series. Anyways, the price might be a factor, certainly there. But yeah, that's what I've been doing, is playing career mode, which career mode is better because it weirdly is a lot of reading emails and reading between the lines and listen. Well, not even reading between the lines, listening to what they're saying in their emails, because you'll get bonus reviews if they say buy a specific brand or replace all the wires in my computer to be black instead of white, which, I mean, that really would bankrupt a shop if you're just for free spending a lot of extra time and risking breaking something by replacing all the power wires because the customer is slightly vain. But I'm doing it as a new shop to improve my ratings. The story in career mode is that your Uncle Tim ran the shop into the ground and didn't know what he was doing, and then fled to Spain on vacation, leaving you in charge, leaving you to have to pay rent and utility bills that are assumedly not set up in your name, and you don't really own any of the shop, and through the career mode you will eventually start to own the shop. So yeah, apparently Uncle Tim never put thermal paste on any of their computers. Trick in career mode is that there is an actual light switch when you're ending each day, and if you don't turn the lights off, your utility bill will be slightly higher, which is an interesting real world simulation there, but not something that I would have really expected. But yeah, the career mode is much more interesting than free build mode or the instructional mode is. And in part, I'm playing PC Building Simulator because I have been playing several of the Circuit Digital Logic games, so I'm jumping to the far opposite spectrum, and there's basically no comparison at all. When you're connecting a wire, it's just click on one point and click on another point and it connects several wires. All the transistors, all the digital logic are in the CPU and the GPU, and maybe the RAM to some small extent. They don't mention error correction channel RAM, ECC RAM, which is mostly used in servers, and they should warn people not to buy ECC RAM unless they are 100% certain that their motherboard supports it and their CPU supports it and they actually need it, which almost nobody has any need for it as a personal computer. But some stores might mix ECC RAM with the non-ECC RAM. And yeah, they also don't mention any kind of Threadripper style server style chips like Epochs, AMD Epochs chips that would be completely different motherboards. And yeah, there potentially would be room for an expansion if they were continuing to add content to it, where you were building servers, custom servers using custom server components. But I would think it would be way better if they just updated the information for new computer components. Like every CES should be a point where new hardware is updated, or at least once a year there should be an update where new hardware is updated. But yeah, it isn't, and so that makes it very disappointing to actually simulate building computers. It shows a lot of fancy cases that have a lot of extra things. Let's go through the chart real quick of the most wishlisted games. All of these charts I think are updated daily, but it is a new month, so it'll be a few days before we see some of the other charts that are updated monthly get updated, such as the mobile revenue chart and the Steam hardware survey charts, which we'll get to those in a second. So yeah, I definitely have said in the past it's kind of crazy for me to play PC Building Simulator when I actually need to build a PC, and I have to agree that it's kind of crazy, and perhaps I do a lot of crazy things, but yeah, I think it also might just help refresh that feeling and that inspiration in me, maybe remind me of a few things I already knew. Probably not really teaching me anything new, but yeah, I do need to build a new PC, and I think that will be probably the next project after I finish PC Building Simulators. And I'm just going to take a hiatus from making video game content and actually double down on building my PC and setting it up with Bazzite Linux. It is now August, so August, September, October, or August, October, September. Yeah, we only have a couple of months, regardless of my inability to remember the order of the months. so only a couple months before Windows 10 support completely disappears. And yeah, I can't say I really have done anything else at all. In fact, there's definitely things I should have done and just have been sleeping and just have been tired. Of course, there's plenty of things I shouldn't have done. Cracking the cryptic still is playing a big factor while lying in bed. I did hear somebody suggest that maybe I'm sugar crashing and that I should eliminate all sugar from my diet, which is fine advice you could give to almost anybody, but I have to fully admit that I am 100% addicted to sugar, as much as every other human in the United States is. I would have a real hard time. I would have to get rid of all the sugar in my house and replace it with a lot of food that I have yet to find that would replace sugar as far as small snacks go. But yeah, it's a good thought certainly to reduce sugar or not drink it or eat it. Empty calories and things like that. I don't know if there's too much else. I have managed maybe to go out of my way and find a couple of new YouTube channels that I watch that are more technical and more educational instead of just dumb YouTube channels that are pointless. But I don't really think the algorithm is still doing a very good job of recommending new channels, which that's really what I would want when I get into the suggestions, is I would want them to stop suggesting repeats of things or the same channels over and over again. And it really feels like there should just be a hard limit. It shouldn't be suggesting me 4, 5, 10 different cracking the cryptic videos. It should be saying, hey, we'll give you one cracking the cryptic video in this list, and if you don't like that one, you'll have to refresh the list to get another suggestion from that channel. Meanwhile, we're going to try and suggest some other channels, but yeah, the algorithm definitely doesn't work like that. I am seeing that some people are watching my Sudoku Universe episodes. I assume they are probably fairly unsatisfied by my terrible solving of Sudoku Universe puzzles, and that it's only going to get way worse when the cracking the cryptic game videos come out. But I may still get a ton of views, but it's going to be a hate fest. I mean, I can tell you already, it's going to be a hate fest. You're going to just have a lot of people jumping off fairly quickly or commenting about how bad I am and how slow I am. Although maybe some people could find some enjoyment in there if they just kind of ignore me and are solving the puzzles along the way, or actually enjoy what I'm saying there, which I have no clue what I actually said in those videos. But yeah, weirdly, I think it may get a lot more views, but they may be first 5-minute views at most, and then not cover the hours upon hours that some of the episodes go on for. And is there anything more to say as far as warm-up, I guess? Not really. It's just been a really rough week. Oh, I guess I can say it's a new month, so the kids' limitation on being allowed to download one game a month happened, and so the kid that I gave a Steam Deck to requested the purchase of a game while I was asleep, and the kid's parents purchased that game. And I had never heard of this game. It's a weird one to me. It looks weird and must be something that is floating around amongst the kids. I question and hope it is good enough to keep him entertained for the entirety of this month. I'm not sure if his limitation that he can only download one game really prevents him from going back and playing Portal 2, or the Monster Hunter World. So maybe he could jump back and play those games too. And so maybe the one game a month expands every month to be less of a burden. Of course, on the Steam Deck, there's only so many of those you can install and have be installed at the same time. So yeah. Now, the way it was purchase request and purchased was probably done fast and dirty. So the game is in the kid's account, which is not what I would really recommend, because kids' accounts might get deleted or changed on Steam, not likely, but with all of the underage censorship type stuff going on, I could see something like that happening. So then the kid's account would just automatically be forced to family share it to my account if I wanted to play it. I don't think I really want to play it. And it is automatically forced to do that. And I can confirm that if it is purchased on the kid's account, I can, as an adult administrator, and all of the adults on a family share are administrators, but no way of changing that. As an adult account, I could still go in there and remove access to the game even if it was on his account. So if it turned out that the game was inappropriate, which I doubt this game is, and I did look at it and it doesn't say anything or have any tags that imply there would be any inappropriateness, but you never know. All of that happened while I was asleep, which is how it's going to happen most of the times. My main concern, though, by it being on the kid's account, is how is the family share going to work when another kid is in the family? So if the kid's siblings want to play that same game, can there be a parallel sharing there between one child account and another for something that's in the kid's account? Probably so. It probably just works perfectly. Everything as far as Steam Family Share so far has worked just perfectly. But yeah, my general thought would have been to have all of the games be in my account, particularly since I gave the kid the Steam Deck in the first place, and then I would share it back to him and then share it to all the people in the family share. Which, yeah, I guess if there was some huge fallout, which I doubt would ever happen, that I would be so cruel as to kick the kid out of the family share, then in that scenario you wouldn't have access to a game you paid for. But it is a harder process, certainly, because you would have to have gifted the game to my account in the purchasing setup, and the kid's parents, I don't think, cared to learn how to do that. Which, yeah, fine. It'll work well enough as it is. It's just not keeping everything in the same place. And so, effectively, if there needed to be 2 copies of the account of that specific game, I could always just buy it on my account. But yeah, at the very least, they paid for the game themselves. The kid's parents or the kid did. So it's not me just forever on the hook getting paying for games for the kid, which is somewhat nice, although it really wouldn't have been that big of a problem. But yeah, I had expected he was going to play Hogwarts Legacy next, though. I had bought that during the summer sale in the anticipation that he was going to play that, but I guess he wasn't interested in that, which kids are fickle, and so that's just dealing with kids. And I'd rather, frankly, for him to play what he wants and play what his peers are playing and be in more with the cool kids than just randomly play things I want him to play. But I still, I'm not going to harp on it, think it's kind of ridiculous that he has unlimited amounts of playtime in the summer while he's out of school, but can only play one new game a month and only download one new game a month. Whereas I would have thought maybe it would have been better to say you have at most 6 hours of playtime per day, which is still probably way too much, but you can play several different games, particularly since I have like 1,200 games in my library, 500 of which are being shared to him that are age appropriate. Well, I guess for the last time, scroll down the July mobile revenue gotcha sales numbers. Still playing Pokemon TCG Pocket. Not too much is happening there. Still playing Memento Mori. A new character came out for Memento Mori, and both of my accounts got that new character very early, which gives me an opportunity to try and catch up on some of the characters that I don't have unlocked on both accounts, and potentially build up the premium currency gems, which would be helpful. I'm still very much free to play in all of these games. And yeah, still playing Magical Modica. I'm just trying to do the dailies and maintain progress there. Modica, Magica, Magi, etc. is the actual name of it. Oh, I guess these charts are a month delayed because the numbers and the trending numbers have changed here. So have we been spending the entirety of July looking at the June numbers? And so now we're going to spend the entirety of August looking at the July numbers. I don't know. It seems like that might be the case. Because, yeah, last month, Magical Modica dropped 37 spots in the charts. Pokemon TCG Pocket was higher, and Umamasi Pretty Derby was not even on the charts, or barely on the charts, where we can see Uma Musume Pretty Derby is up 12 spots in the number 4 spot, and we can see it jumped from last month's revenue of an estimated 12 million to 33 million. Pokemon TCG Pocket basically lost exactly that difference, which I guess would make sense since it's right in the chart, going from 53 million estimated down to 33 million, which, yeah. They updated the trading system, but Pokemon TCG Pocket's now on a plagiarism scandal, which may kill it. It might be a great reason for me to stop playing it, and has not still done anything to make it a game that you really want to go back and do the dailies on, because it's not really encouraging you to play the game. A lot of these are staying in their same spots. The Shift Up Goddess of Victory Nikkei game still going up a little bit. Some of that may have to do with summer in particular. Any lewd anime girl game might have a summer event with swimsuits and more skin showing, so that might help sales for some of those games too. A lot of things going up in popularity. Yeah. Memento Mori is up 6 spots in popularity, which, if Memento Mori did become super popular, I don't know what would really happen there, because there would be a lot of catch up that players would have to do. Not as much catch up as most games, but still a lot of catch up players would have to do to get the older characters, if they were going to get the older characters. Yeah, One Piece, the manga, has been poorly received lately, and this One Piece video game is reflecting that. You can see by the time you're at like the 40th position, you've gone from 33 million estimated revenue down to 3 million estimated revenue. But for 1 month, making $1 million for a mobile game might be more than enough, particularly if it's a small team of only a couple of people working on it and just maintaining things. This One Piece game also downward trending. This Pokemon game way down here in the bottom too, just because it's older. And so yeah, Magic Emotica dropped 37 spots, but is, I guess, slightly crawling up 2 spots. So it is at least not trending completely downward to the point where it's at 100% guaranteed chance of falling off the top 100 charts. Whereas Summoner's Wars Rush here is probably starting to look like it could trend and fall completely off the standard. Let's look at the new games. Yeah, you have one called Sereneverse. That would probably be interesting. Unfortunately, clicking on these don't actually bring out any information. Yeah, and see if we have any other new games this month and really go into detail for this chart, which goes beyond the top 100 to the top 130. Date A Live Soft Spirit is new, but not doing great. Tribe 9 feels like it is on the verge of falling off the charts. Is there anything that feels like it's not really deserving of being this low down? No, not really. And some of these things like Devil May Cry may still make like 50,000 here, 50,000 there a month, and that might be enough, if particularly if there's no online components or updates being added to it. Certainly $50,000 could be a decent amount of money for smaller companies that aren't really paying anybody to maintain the game. I've been watching a new YouTuber off and on. I'm not sure I'm going to really stick with him or I really believe what he's saying, but he is estimating that a lot of these small Steam games that are independent are averaging overall, all the games selling on Steam, including AAA, is what he said, there's an average of about $500 over the course of 2 or 3 years that is being made in sales, not even accounting for the fact that Steam is taking a 30% cut on that. Now, inherently, a lot of that might be because there's free-to-play stuff also not being included in that, and there's just free games that would bring that average down. But yeah, if you were to take that as gospel, yeah, only one new game on the entire chart. If you were to take it as gospel and really believe, so now I'm questioning whether this chart is going to update, or if we are seeing the new information and it's just a month delayed. I guess inherently we'll see articles talking about what changed once the chart changes, Gaming on Linux will probably talk about this. But yeah, the idea of making a game and releasing it on Steam is very much a risky idea that might make you a minimal amount of profits, but may not very well be an actual career path or job for people, at least in the first world, in the United States and Western countries. Now, if you're in the middle of Africa and you're selling a game and you're getting $500 over 3 years, that might be quite the windfall. But yeah, and that's probably why we saw a ton of low effort asset flip type things trying to sell from countries like Russia more than Africa, really. Which I haven't heard anything more from that tsunami, so it probably did some damage, but not enough to really affect anybody. But yeah, I do think that there should probably be some more transparency around that, where Steam just comes out directly and says, hey, the average Steam Direct listing, excluding ones we privately contracted with, ends up selling this much over a certain amount of time, so it's not going to be a lot of money. They obviously don't want to do that, but yeah, almost certainly Valve is making more money selling for the $100 Steam Direct licensing fee than the combined amount of money that they're paying out for those games being listed on Steam. And part of that is the gaming community too, that there's just not an easy way to see new games. My channel is perhaps the only channel that even tries to highlight new games that aren't putting out press releases. And there's just not a lot of enthusiasm for playing games that are more random until a streamer or somebody finds that game and streams it. I tried to do a little bit of work to fix my chart here. In reality, I should probably just abandon the chart, but I'm gonna wait until after I build my new computer and get it all going before I work on that. Oh, and I guess there was something else I just remembered that I was doing. I guess I am just committing to watching all of the old Hellraiser movies at this point. So I watched Hellraiser 2. A lot of literal footage from Hellraiser 1 shown in Hellraiser 2, as it is just like this direct sequel that's telling a story. It's Hellraiser 3 when it starts to become more of an anthology series where you're following different people. I don't think Christy, I think is the name of the main female protagonist in the first two movies. I don't think Christy comes back, or anybody else comes back in the third movie. In those first two movies, while they do establish Pinhead and the Lament configuration puzzle box and all of that, they are frankly child's play compared to what the video game looks like it's going to be, which definitely makes sense because they are also basically British movies that are made in the mid 80s, and so the level of gore and horror would have been way lower than what you would get away with today, even in movie form. So yeah, there's a lot still to kind of be established, and some of the stuff is just kind of like retcon, because in Hellraiser 2 in particular, they kill off the Cenobites and then bring them back, bring Pinhead back, and then start creating others for the rest of the series. And like, they remind the Cenobites that they were human once, and as they're killing off the Cenobites, they show that like one of the Cenobites was a fairly young looking woman, and then another Cenobite was literally like a 16-year-old boy, which the thought of a 16-year-old boy going to hell and being turned into one of the elite Cenobites is kind of extreme. There's a lot of like sexual assault that is hinted at but never really spoken on in the second movie, that you just have to read between the lines. But yeah, they still very much were getting their feet wet as far as what was going to be established, and I think what is finally solidified is mostly solidified in the minds of the fans more than in any of the movies, or all of the movies combined, or the comics, or the novella Hellbound Heart, which the movies are based on. I think the comics probably came out somewhere in the middle of the movie series. So there's a lot of room to take some general concepts that have been solidified throughout the long-running Hellraiser series and put them in the game, and then really just make their own story. So, yeah, just for my own entertainment, I'm going to sit through a lot of terrible Hellraiser movies if I can get them for free and stream them for free. Most of them seem to be on Pluto TV with ads, which is fine. One of the things about the first two movies is both movies are around the idea of people escaping from hell and then rebuilding their bodies through sacrificing innocents and sucking the blood out of them, and that concept is completely dropped by Hellraiser 3. It just doesn't happen. And that was about half of the concept of the movies. Okay, so I'm doing PC Building Simulator, and I wanted to look at the achievements here. And I guess it is going to be about an hour of warm-up to see what we've done. I've gotten $1,000 in the bank, which I might as well say pounds, because it's pretty obvious that it's a UK-based game. The websites are .co.uk. The light switches on the wall are UK style. The plug outlets on the wall are UK style. And so it's funny that they're translating it to US dollars. And then I have an achievement where you pair an AMD CPU with an NVIDIA GPU, which, when this game would have been originally built, very well may have been a suggestion, but now with Bazzite Linux and a potential future of SteamOS, there is an argument with newer AMD GPUs to use AMD combined. And before this game was built, the recommendation would have been to use an Intel CPU and an ATI GPU, which ATI was acquired by AMD and barely sells anything. I've completed 10 jobs as a single playthrough, and then completed the how to build a PC mode, which only 29.7% of players did, and honestly, it's perhaps only going to help you as a tutorial before you get in the career mode. So, apparently there's an achievement if you forget to apply thermal paste to a CPU, which 66.2% of players are going to do, so I'm going to try to avoid getting that until the very end. That's how your Uncle Tim in the game in part drove the company's reputation into the ground. But yeah, try to use the monitor without plugging in the PC. I'm going to try to avoid that. It's interesting that whatever plugin I have has it kind of hidden and blurred. Buy a second workbench. Second workbench is like $1,500 to buy it. And weirdly, the game doesn't have any like real timers on it. The slowest thing you can do while working on a computer so far is run a fake version of 3D Mark on the computer. And even that only takes maybe a minute. So the idea of stepping away from a computer and not watching 3D Mark run is kind of not very efficient to turn around and use a computer if anything, I'd like a second workbench to have a computer set up to have the email on one monitor and the shop to buy components on a second monitor, because the game does not have multiple monitors set up or a way to resize windows on the fake operating system. So your office computer has you constantly having to kind of swap around to go from the email app to the shop app to buy components. And a second monitor update would be a great update to add to the game. I've done 20 out of 30 jobs. Jobs get fairly easy. Get it up to a 4-star rating. You start at like a 1-star rating, or you probably start day 1 of the game at a 1-star rating and secretly are getting ratings until you get to like level 3 and it tells you about the ratings. Get to level 6, which feels like there's a level 10. Build a PC with parts costing more than $10,000 and have it boot to desktop. That's going to be a later achievement. Get to 4.5 star rating. That's doable. Play some internet radio in the music player. There's a decent amount of music in the game, but it sounds very foreground, so I had it turned down very quiet for fear of content ID. So yeah, I could probably do that, but I'm not 100% sure because I don't know if I actually have an internet radio account. So this might be a stopper to just not try and get all the achievements. Keep things neat, buying the storage cupboard. I don't know what the storage cupboard really is going to do, but I think it's going to hold pre-built computers, and you can see that the numbers of people that got to this point gets smaller and smaller. Get exactly the requested 3D Mark score. Get $10,000 in the bank. Buy a third workbench. And then complete 100 jobs in a single playthrough. And only 11.1% of people have gone to that. And see, I don't know if career mode is infinite, but it may very well be. And then there's some really hard achievements, like get into $3,000 of debt, getting to level 12. Let's see, get a blue screen of death, a computer 10 times from overclocking. Interesting. Play some music from your own music library. Get into $2,500 of debt. Apparently it's easier to get into $3,000 of debt than it is to get into this amount. You'd think that this number would always... No, this is get out of $2,500 of debt. Where this is get into $3,000 of debt. And that might be the game over point, so you might have to get into $2,500 of debt. Which at a certain point, you would probably have to start a new game to get into that amount of debt. $100,000 in the bank, only 6.5% play in that. Get 5,000 score on your office PC, which I guess upgrading your office PC will give you an achievement, but otherwise it seems like it doesn't do anything. Break your computer. Interesting. Not sure how you could go about that. Have over $1 million in the bank, then buy 51% shares of the company stock from Uncle Tim, and then skip work 7 days in a row, then complete 200 jobs, which, yeah, that's starting to get a little extreme. Make your PC office as purple as possible, probably, meaning that you have to decorate everything in purple, specific brands of mouse pads and things like that. Get more than 50 deliveries in a single delivery. Get a 3D Mark score of 10,000 on your office PC. Get a 5-star rating. Only 4.5% of people did that. Adds of loads of lighting to your office PC. Yeah. I'd like to add loads of lighting to the office specifically. The brightness, there's no brightness adjustment in the game, and it could use it. Buy all of the company from Uncle Tim. Get to level 18. Install 128 gigabytes of RAM in your office machine. Which, yeah, that's probably going to be the maximum you can do while they cool your office PC. So, at the very end, when you're done with this game, if you're trying to get all the achievements, you're just going to have like $1 million in the bank and spend a small chunk of that to just upgrade your office PC. Install a Threadripper CPU into your office machine. Install Threadripper 1920X or GTX 1080 or GTX 1080 Ti. So yeah, this shows where your graphics cards are. And notice they're using Threadripper as a branding name both for graphics card and CPUs. AMD is. But yeah, that's where the technology ends as far as the achievements goes. They had 1080 Ti, which is 4 generations old now. They have 580s now, I believe. Or maybe they only have 590s at the moment, but get to level 30. Have 100 GPUs in your inventory, which that would be weird. Make a PC with full tower case, a all-in-one cooler, and at least one RGB fan, maximum RAM support for the motherboard, any 1080 Ti or even SOI, but use a Celeron CPU, which would make it a really imbalanced build. So none of these achievements feel like they are crazy achievements. If you just wanted to go that way, have every possible part in your inventory and get to the year of 2029, which every day is a day in the game. That's perhaps the most crazy one, because the only way I think you get that achievement is if you just start ending days and not taking jobs at all at the end. Of course, with the esports expansion, then there's perhaps some other things that will make the game more varied, which it could use some variety there. I'm not going to go through all these achievements, but it does seem to me like the esports expansion in particular isn't so much focused on actual computer components. And then update 1 is more about fixing printers and other things, I guess. And so that's going to add a lot of variety, I think, too. So yeah, when I get into the update 1, which I think they call the IT expansion, that could add some variety too. So apologies to anybody who didn't give a darn about any of that, but that was informative to me as far as just how much time I might end up spending on PC Building Simulator. Although in fairness, maybe we will find that there's a point where it feels good to take a break and then come back to it later. Because that is the kind of game, much like Binding of Isaac, in that I could see myself doing one series and getting to maybe level 10 or something, and then saying, hey, let's play something different for a while, or let me go build my computer, is the right response there, and then come back to it in 6 months or so. Particularly since it's not updating, nothing is likely going to change. Although, if it was updating, that would bring more people back. Certainly, is if every year there is a new update, and that encouraged people to come back and maybe buy a new DLC, which I wouldn't be upset with them putting all the new hardware behind a DLC of here's some new hardware, here's some new missions. But in reality, it probably should be a free update. Yeah, if it was $2.99, I wouldn't be upset with updating it, buying DLC once a year to put another $2.99 into it for each year. This Heartworm game is very positive. Yeah. Still feel like I'm looking at these charts down here nowadays more. Just kind of scrolling around, still trying to get an idea of what's going on Steam from a day-to-day basis. But in fairness, also, I think it's worth pointing out that a lot of times I'm scrolling down these things and not even looking at them too harshly. Like, I'm not really paying attention. Steam Deck's prices came back, and the Steam Deck LCD version prices seem to be the same. They are still not in inventory, however. And then what people are playing on Steam Deck is, I think, going to be about the same thing, because I don't think we have anything brand new that people are talking about. Marvel Rivals has a new update, but at this point Marvel Rivals, I think, has been forgotten about. Tales of the Shire is new. That is the new game, I guess, for this week. I guess I'm wrong. Grounded 2 is new also. I didn't know Grounded 2 is out. So, can we click on Grounded 2 and get anywhere? Yeah, no, we could get here. 77% positive so far. So, there's something interesting there. It does have single player. I'm going to go ahead and add that to the follow list. And then click the back button to go back to the chart. Because I didn't open that in a new tab. Once again, Microsoft has released a game that they owned with less fanfare than I feel like they should have. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound also is new, and The King is Watching is new, which I thought this might be a flash in the pan game. Octopath Traveler 2 is new, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is new. These are new to the chart, not perhaps new games though. The problem with Grounded 1, which I may have given more attention to and thought about playing, is that it definitely advertised itself and focused itself like it was an online co-op game more than a single player experience. But it is on my wish list. But I don't know if I really would go out of my way to play it in single player mode. But who knows? Hell Clock is rated very positively at 82%. So this may be the new Vampire Survivors that's caught people's attention. Kingdom Come Deliverance is also being rated very positively. Doesn't really look like the kind of game I'd be interested in. Whereas Octopath Traveler is being rated very positively, but it is also Octopath Traveler 2. It is from 2023. But yeah. I assume you can get Octopath Traveler 1. So if there was ever a decent bundle sale or a decent sale for the first game, this is probably one that to get in particular, because I think the kid I got the Steam Deck for, who will forever be known as the kid, for his privacy's sake, might really like this game. He is definitely into RPGs and Pokemon type games. The King is Watching is 82% positive, so it's another game to start thinking about putting on the fall list as I slowly grow my fall list to be big again, as I slowly start to think of games that are actually good. Although, why am I putting them on the fall list? I guess I'm just so far today not willing to actually make a full determination. But I think I can break that habit with Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. It is not in early access. It has over 30 reviews. It's rated 93% positive. Everything here says put this on the wish list. Take it off the fall list. And yeah, I will leave it at that. And then we'll go through the Video Games Chronicles news. Good news for today. As I was sleeping and letting the macros run, I started the macros, then fell asleep, and then woke up. That's in part why I started so late today. And of course, my macros are running for 2 to 3 hours minimum to open all the video game news. It does seem, however, today like it ran correctly, which it hasn't done that for Monday or Wednesday. And I'm trying something different today where I did not close duplicate tabs that were specifically for Steam. And there seems to be something that I set up where my duplicate tab closing extension specifically will close other things first, and then it will make me click the button the second time to close duplicate Steam games. And I don't know why that's working that way, and I don't remember setting that up, but that really means nothing to me. Me doing things and then immediately forgetting that I've done them has been pretty much a lifelong problem. Anyways, let's go through Video Games Chronicle news articles. Nintendo, in a surprising announcement, I would say, is increasing the price of the original Switch in the US this weekend. New prices will come into effect on Sunday, with Switch 2 hardware being unaffected. This is, once again, I imagine, Nintendo's way of countering tariffs and or just putting pressure on the US administration to reduce tariffs. And or Nintendo just using tariffs as an excuse to increase the prices. I would have thought they wouldn't have done that, because that seems kind of crazy, and I don't know how many people it's really going to affect, because how many people are actually going to buy a Switch 1 at this point? Like, you could get them used, you could get them fixed. There's so many Switch 1s out already. And I would assume this also is going to apply to like Switch 1 accessories and things associated with this. I can't help but think that this may just be an effort to reduce the gap in the price comparison, to say, well, the Switch 1 now is more expensive, thus it's by comparison going to make the Switch 2 feel like more of a deal. I don't know if I've ever seen a company actually successfully pull that one off. And if you are going to do it, you have to be very sneaky about it and not public about raising the price. So yeah, Nintendo hates its customers. Nintendo has always hated its customers and has always wanted to just profit off its customers. It is the same old story, unfortunately. Generations like mine were allowed to turn a blind eye to that. if we knew then what we know now, Nintendo probably would have never been successful in the first place. But it's not like Atari or Sega were any better, and had we not propped up the NES to bring video game consoles back to being a viable product, then video games would have never become popular at all. It would have been probably decades before you had people just buying PCs and have PC gaming be the de facto way in which you played games. But even now, it's hard to buy a PC and let a kid play on a PC as their first console, or as their first gaming thing. Itch.io is relisting free not safe for work content today, but paid content remains delisted for now, which, yeah, at a certain level it is kind of crazy that even things being given away for free are being held captive by the rules of Stripe, PayPal, Visa, and MasterCard, and I name all four of those because those are the four I know of. There's probably more as far as payment processors being censorious, but yeah, that's where we're at. Now they are pushing back only a tiny amount by releasing the free not safe for work, relisting the free not safe for work content. I believe the delisting aspect on itch.io means that also that even if you paid for the game, you were still not able to buy the game or re-download the game even if you'd already paid for it. Which, yeah, they were going to get into legal hot water and get sued if they didn't let people who had already bought the game play it, even if they are in the right to do that legally, contractually. They were going to get sued, and they may still very well get sued. Moving on, Valve, though, really hasn't changed its stance, and Valve and Steam is the more important storefront, I think, there. Battlefield 6 is apparently a spiritual successor to Battlefield 3 and 4, which is a great way of them saying, please don't remember Battlefield 5. This is Vince Zampella saying that. So I assume Vince Zampella is just going on podcasts and giving interviews like crazy to get as much coverage and as much hype around Battlefield 6 as possible. I did see one post on Reddit, if it was a genuine post and not just a planted ad, that seemed to indicate Battlefield 6 might be exciting gamers. But overall, I wouldn't say I've heard of a lot of excitement from that group of gamers, which I don't hear much about that from that group of gamers. Anyways, the military gamer bro subset of gamers tend to play games a lot more than they tend to talk about games, and they tend to just find one game they like and stick with it for several years. So sales numbers will probably play a big role in Battlefield 6 to indicate its level of reception. Assassin's Creed Black Flag actor says Ubisoft threatened to sue him after he teased a remake. Matt Ryan says he didn't realize he was being recorded. Okay. Well, he still probably told somebody he shouldn't have told, even if he was being recorded, but again, I wonder if this is perhaps a case where this is viral marketing and isn't really a situation. Apparently he said this. So Yeah, the text here. He asked if there's a remaster. Yeah. So this is not the video of him being recorded. This is a video of him being threatened to be sued. We're saying he's been threatened to be sued, which threatened to be sued basically means nothing. But yeah, he obviously knew he was being recorded there, and he just says he doesn't know. Inherently, it's always the case that actors really are not good sources as to whether a real remake is being made or not, because there's plenty of actors that say yes, a remake is happening, just in the hopes that a remake does happen and that they get hired for it. And plenty of actors who also are just confused about what project they actually worked on, because they may be hired under a project code name, and so they may have no idea as to what is actually going on, and probably should have no idea as to what is actually going on. Companies make too much of a big deal about that initial announcement, but there probably is an argument to say, if you leak that a remaster is being made and then it comes out 7 years later, you've probably killed some enthusiasm for the game by announcing it too early. And certainly companies want their announcements to be timed right for maximum impact. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody in Ubisoft is working on a remaster. I wouldn't be surprised if that remaster never gets finished or never gets released, because many times that happens. People are just constantly working on things to see how much of an improvement could happen, and eventually, since remasters have been so incredibly prominent lately, we are going to have a generation of games where it really wouldn't be an improvement to try and release a new remaster, and hardware is not going to improve well enough. Like, there isn't going to, although it would be nice, it's unlikely there's going to be a jump up in computer processing hardware where all of a sudden you go from Oblivion remaster right now to a new Oblivion remaster that is running at 8K at 400 hertz for 400 frames per second. Yeah. So we're going to see a death of remasters. Well, a lack of prominence of remasters eventually once all the major games have already been remastered. Let's see. Pokemon clarifies the TCG code card confusion. Mega Evolution won't change what's included in booster packs. The Pokemon company has said that an error will be corrected in future product releases. So I guess there was a thought that you would be getting some kind of game code, although I wish this wasn't so twisted. It's hard to read. What does it say? It says, online rewards await you. Enjoy your game play online. But what are they showing here? This is not TCG Pocket. There's more Pokemon on the field, and it's displayed differently. So this might be Pokemon Online, which is the original version, the less sped up version of playing Pokemon. And so I guess there was a thought. Okay, so it said either you would get an energy card or a TCG Live code card, which could be used with the digital game. That would be, currently packs include both an energy card and a code card. Well, honestly, I question why you even need to release energy cards in the expansion too. I mean, it really is just manufactured waste at this point. There's enough Pokemon energy cards in existence that people can give them away or for free to other players, or you could have extremely cheap booster packs that are just packed full of energy cards. And it's not like a starter kit is unnecessary for Pokemon TCG Pocket. Anyways, you would have to open several booster packs to get 30 cards. I'd assume a booster pack has probably about 5 actual playable cards in them, so expect to open like 10 packs roughly before you even started to have enough cards that would be playable to make a deck that would make any sense at all, because of the different colors of energy and the different types of Pokemon. And yeah, you are better off by far to have a starter pack, buy a starter pack and get your Pokemon energy from the starter pack, and then have the boosters have either 5 Pokemon regular cards or even maybe just 3 Pokemon cards that are better quality. And that's true for most card games, instead of just manufacturing ridiculous amounts of extra energy cards. But yeah, I definitely have seen people just tear energy cards in half, or straight up throw away the energy cards when opening packs. I've seen people tear really cheap Magic the Gathering cards in half that are not resellable also, or that are way too prominent. You have a quote, "I'd prefer working as a small team. The Claire Obscure studio execs, there's no plans to expand. Sandfall Interactive's lead programmer says the studio is just the right size for the games it makes." Which, in fairness, Claire Obscure did catch everybody by storm and seems to be extremely well received. So why in the world would you make any changes? 30 to 40 people probably is about the right size for a game development company. Of course, it always should be the right 30 to 40 people, because you could certainly have the wrong 30 to 40 people and produce nothing. Pokemon Company asks fans to stop harassing TCG Pocket's plagiarism illustrator. Stresses it's to blame. The company has asked fans to stop harassing the illustrator after it removed 2 of their designs. I don't know. I mean, fans probably shouldn't harass people. People shouldn't harass people, certainly, but they should probably be known by anybody who might hire them in the future, and they probably will have that black mark on their career for the rest of their life that they did commit plagiarism. And then that is the real problem with plagiarism overall, is that you get caught doing once and you're just going to be suspected of doing it many times. And in the YouTube realm, almost every person who has been caught doing plagiarism has a whole bunch of history of doing it before, which people find out. And so I assume part of the harassment here is people doing deep dives and searching and seeing if this person has plagiarized before. It is also very possible that the Pokemon Company is calling people making YouTube videos and news harassment, instead of harassment being actually specifically directed at them. But obviously the artist should get off Twitter, get off Facebook, and just hide all his accounts and disappear for a while. And yeah, I don't think it's going to work. I think the Pokemon Company here is effectively trying to provide cover, trying to take the blame, but I don't think it's going to really happen. I think this is one of those cases where the Pokemon Company Streisand affects it more by asking people to stop harassing the illustrator instead of just staying silent. So yeah, there is definitely a growing feeling where Japanese companies are just increasingly trying to blame the fans for being crazy. But in fairness, some of the Japanese fans are crazy, as some fans everywhere are crazy. But yeah, people take plagiarism seriously, and in this case, the comparisons definitely make it seem like there was way too much photo referencing happening, if not actual tracing happening, in just the pose and such, which is just lazy illustration. So even if it wasn't a plagiarism issue, it definitely speaks to that artist just not being good enough to be hired to make a new artistic depiction. Moving on, Nintendo has sold 6 million Switch 2 consoles and almost the same number of Mario Kart World copies, which is not that surprising in that it is the same amount, because there was literally no other game worth owning before Donkey Kong Bonanza came out, and I don't think this number will stay the same now that Donkey Kong Bonanza is out, because if it does stay the same, then we're going to see next month them saying it still only sold 6 million, and Donkey Kong Bonanza really was not a system seller at all. I guess the surprising part is that they sold 6 million consoles. Yeah. At such a high price, with only really one game worth playing. Yeah, I can't help but expect that a lot of Switch 2s are going to start showing up resold and used in a year or 2 or 3 or 4, and that there's just going to be Switch 2s floating around forever in the same way that Wii's floated around forever. And even now, I think you could probably get a Wii for less than $50. And depending on the hacking ability, Switch 2 might become a fan favorite device to get cheap and hack. But only if you can get it really cheap, like for $100 or something. And by hacking, I mean probably putting on some custom firmware more than just trying to run emulators on it, although that will be a big factor if you can hack it, is to just fill it up with emulators. Although that does also point out that the Switch 2 doesn't really have that much space to it. I also saw some 3D printers made an adapter for the Switch 2 Joy-Cons that has a 3D printed McDonald's fry cup in plastic. So you can detach the two Joy-Cons and then attach it to this McDonald's fry cup, and then have McDonald's fries being held in that container as you're pushing buttons on the Joy-Cons. Although the way everything lines up would be very weird. Like the way you hold a Joy-Con is at, let's say, 15 degrees. It's kind of hard to figure that out, but I would say maybe 15 degrees looking at my hands one way. So if you were holding the fry cup at 15 degrees, while the fries won't inherently fall out of the cup at that angle, and you probably would never be able to twist your wrists enough to unintentionally make the fries fall out. Fries are definitely not being held at the right angle for you to then pivot all the controllers up in some way so that you could actually grab a fry with your mouth while still holding the Joy-Cons in a comfortable position. So you're still going to be doing something different. I suppose this is a smart way to keep your fingers free of grease. I don't know how you do that without some level of washing your hands or assistance to load the fries into it originally, which would get your fingers greasy. And it just doesn't feel like something that realistically you would want to do for more than just a gimmick. Also, the fry cup can also connect to the screen, at which point it would be at a very weird tilted angle on a sideways axis. So yeah, it's a gimmick certainly, and it's like that Seinfeld episode where George Costanza mixed food and sex together. It's just like, why are you mixing the two good things together? What are the consequences of mixing the two good things together? Why can't you be try and train yourself to be a normal person? Now, I'm not in modern times a proponent to the idea of sitting down at a table and not having a TV or music play in the background, whereas previous generations were all about that, where you would sit around the table and you would have polite conversation. Polite conversation at this point has been thrown mostly out the window, and it probably never really existed in the first place. But I am a proponent on, if you're having a gaming session, just focus on gaming and then eat later. And if you're hungry while gaming, you probably needed to take a break while gaming anyways. And if you're hungry, you probably shouldn't be just eating McDonald's fries or fries of any kind. So it is kind of just ridiculous to combine the two. Why am I, though? Yeah. Why am I talking about it and not showing it? Let's see. It is inherently stupid that I still don't know to show and don't tell. Yeah. It just is ridiculous. So yeah, I should just be showing, not telling. So yeah, here's your fry container. So as you're comfortably holding the things, the fries probably won't fall out, but they aren't particularly secure. It definitely would make more sense if this was on a pivot and rotated so its center of gravity was always heavier here and the fries were always upward. And yes, in this configuration in particular, it is tilted at an angle and it's just kind of ridiculous. And if you were going to try and grab that, it makes no sense at all. And honestly, if you were going to do something like this, your better argument would be to have something that contained water, but then there's a lot of extra short-circuiting dangers. It kind of makes a little bit more sense in this form factor, but it still doesn't really make a lot of sense. And you can see this back part here is going to get in the way if you were actually trying to pivot it and grab a fry with your mouth without touching things. Even in this picture, let's see, can we make it any bigger? Not really. But even in this picture, you can see it looks like there's quite a lot of either grease marks here, or this picture is just really low quality. I would assume this is grease marks from their thumbs actually grabbing fries and eating them, which would be the thing you would try to avoid in doing this. So yeah, a silly 3D printing thing, but interesting to see what gets attention at the very least. Moving on, Namco's 2002 platformer Pac-Man World 2 is getting a remake. The PS2, GameCube, and Xbox sequel is getting the repack treatment like its predecessor did, which I guess is a case of them still trying to figure out what to do with Pac-Man, working their way up towards a 50-year anniversary. Right now we're at the 45-year anniversary. So yeah. At a certain level, the Sonic game where you were running around through the open world and collecting coins is not too different from what you could do with Pac-Man, in that you would be in a 3D platforming game, a 3D world, where power pellets would be set as breadcrumbs to show you where to go. And that does seem like that's exactly what this is. So yes, this is not the arcadey, this is not the arcadey Pac-Man people think of when you say Pac-Man, but it definitely seems like a way to potentially try to make yet another 3D platforming game to compete with Mario Odyssey and Mario games. The question I would want to answer is, how do you make Pac-Man stand out? Like, his ability to eat the ghost when eating the blue power pellets are the one kind of exclusive thing to him. You probably would want to make him start to have more of a personality that people recognize, where Sonic's personality as a cool dude who's maybe a bit of a jerk at times works well for Pac-Man, where Mario's personality of just being a cuckold really for Princess Peach, just constantly saving her and always doing whatever Princess Peach asks of him, which that is not how I would have thought I would have started that sentence as describing Mario, but I mean, I think it is probably the most accurate way to describe him, is that he is the servant that is dutifully always saving the princess and doing whatever the princess asks, and has no real other personalities. But yeah, what do I think of when I think of Pac-Man? I think of a kind of pointless yellow blob that eats pellets and chases after ghosts in an arcade game, and I don't know any other things. I could see him being gluttonous, like you could say he loves food and he is just constantly looking for food, which is somewhat still in line with like Sonic loving chili dogs memes, but you could go in a different direction than that. I can't help but wonder if this announcement in particular is specifically being released and timed to make us forget about the Metroidvania game that had Pac-Man in it, and make people like forget how that is not being received well at all. Moving on, a brand new Katamari game is coming to PC and consoles in October. Once Upon Katamari is the first new non-mobile Katamari game in 14 years, which over the course of 14 years there is plenty of assets from asset stores that could be purchased now to make a whole new Katamari game. It would just be a matter of tweaking and polishing those visuals so that it matches a 14-year upgrade to the current art style. I'd assume this is one of the Nintendo Direct announcements, since this is a Switch trailer, but I did seem to be the case that not that much was said at the Nintendo Direct. People didn't seem to be very happy with what was shown and what was said, and at a certain point it feels like maybe they were going to announce something else and then there was a delay. So yeah, Katamari still looks like low polygon 3D models, but very well may have reduced the amount of low polygons, which is to say they've increased the actual number of polygons, so it is a smoother looking visuals. and I would imagine it is just going to be way more performant in that you can have bigger levels with more items and better frame rates. That would be the assumption. Yep, 69 cousins is an interesting number, and a custom cousin creator. Yeah, battle with friends, whole bunch of songs, which maybe that's half of the reason why they would be selling the game. This trailer is playing fairly unique Japanese music. Not seeing anything particularly different here though. It's just gonna probably be more of the same, which is probably exactly what people are looking for in Katamari. And I suppose Katamari at this point may be I imagine Katamari is a little bit more popular now that they managed to remake and re-release the previous games on Steam, but it's still very much a niche game overall. So there's plenty of gamers I can think of just off of the top of my head that would take one look at this Katamari game. Maybe this is Bandai Namco perhaps being a little low on other things to announce. But I'm somewhat excited by that. Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake gets a free Switch 2 update today. The new update improves frame rates and resolutions. We would expect to hear these kinds of announcements more frequently, but it doesn't seem like it's really happening. And I question how many games are really going to be that much better when played on the Switch 2. Resolution upgrades are going to be still somewhat minimal. I wouldn't be surprised if the true base resolution for most games on the Switch 2 are still below 1080p, and frame rate improvements may be pushing 60 frames per second at most. There is definitely a thought about trying to push my next computer to go beyond 1080p and 60, but I really just don't have the upload bandwidth to do that. It would just slow down uploads and make everything else I try to do as far as scheduling videos take more time. And already I'm falling behind on scheduling videos and making things. So I really am just trying to have games be in their ultra fantastic visual mode running at 1080p and 60. And I'm not sure my eyes would even really recognize if I was running at 120 frames per second. And I'm not really wanting to realize that actually I do think games run way better at 120 frames per second, and then become a snob and not want to play anything that's running at 60 or below, which happens seemingly to everybody who does manage to upgrade their computers to run above 60. Let's see, both Yakuza Kiwami games are coming to the Switch 2 in November. Switch players who already own Yakuza Kiwami can upgrade at a discount. Interesting screenshot of somebody using a crowbar to break somebody's arm from the looks of it. I guess that's really just a headline that I'm interested in talking about, so I'll move on from there. A new HD 2D RPG from Square Enix has been announced for Switch 2 with a demo out today. It's The Adventures of Elliot the Millennium Tales. It's going to be released next year. Is that what that said? Yeah, next year. Okay, so I don't recognize anything called The Adventures of Elliot, so I feel like this is probably in the Octopath Traveler universe and is a spin-off game. And so this may just be an example of Square Enix finally starting to de-emphasize calling everything Final Fantasy. Yeah. Or it may just be the case that completely disconnected fantasy games are increasingly going to have this HD 2D art style. That may very well be the case, because it might be that the programmers left at Square Enix don't really have the budget and time to animate things completely in 2D or animate things completely in 3D, and they may have just spent a lot of time developing a build process of making games that look like this. In a weird way, RPG Maker type games became iconic for their visual styles, and HD 2D Square Enix games may just become iconic for their visual styles. Of course, RPG Maker games became iconic in the sense that they became notorious for their art styles, and people who see games that look like RPG Makers tend to avoid them. A lot of people do, not all of them. And see, it's an action RPG, so maybe it plays differently than Octopath Traveler. The phrase "from the creators of Octopath Traveler" and Bravely Default appear to suggest that Masashi Takahashi and Tomoya Asano will be involved with the project, but who knows how much they are involved. Elliot's kind of a uncommon name, which is probably a smart move, because yeah, there's probably very few characters in video games named Elliot, and very few games with Elliot in the name, so that's probably a good search engine optimization name. Although at a certain point I would wonder if maybe it is the case that that name is a placeholder name, and in reality they come out and they call this Chrono Trigger or something because it has time travel involved in it. Some like reboot of the Chrono Trigger series, which I think Square Enix owns Chrono Trigger, maybe they don't. It may also be the case that they are just announcing too many Octopath things in a row, so Octopath Traveler 0 coming to Switch and Switch 2 this December. It's the third main game in the Square Enix Octopath Traveler series, so the Adventure of Elliot may very well have just been decided as a name to keep it outside of the Octopath universe. The realm in the trailer was not this realm, I don't believe. So they are saying in the trailer for Elliot that he is in a completely different world. But yeah, when we actually look at the trailer for a brief second here, it's the exact same voiceover person doing this trailer, and it looks extremely similar in its art style. The question I would have is this a turn-based battle, or is it an action-based game? It definitely feels like it's more of a team-based fighting experience. Regardless, even if it is an action RPG. Let's see if we got any tags here. And with the name 0, with the number 0 in it, it's obviously going to be a prequel, so it's probably not going to reveal too much interesting. No, I'm not seeing any tags here saying action RPG or turn-based RPG, so I guess it probably will play exactly the same way as the previous Octopath games played, and I just personally don't know whether that's turn-based or action-based. We'll leave it at that. Alright, so here was the Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase, which Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase was, from what I heard, kind of a disappointment, and this information is fairly useless because it's already happened, and sitting through this and watching all this is kind of pointless. So first one was Monster Hunter Stories 3 Twisted Reflection trailer, which I'm not sure Monster Hunter Stories is the series people are actually interested in. Second was Once Upon a Time Katamari. We've already looked at that. Next is Just Dance 2026 edition. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Plants vs. Zombies Replanted, which is going to be really hard to excite people around in just a Plants vs. Zombies remake. It looks like it's going to add co-op. Local co-op and player versus player. Only local co-op. Next was Pac-Man World Repack, or actually before that was EA Sports FC 26. Final Fantasy Tactics, the Evilance Chronicles, I think we had already heard about that. Persona 3 Reload, which I don't think is really a new game, it would just be a new Switch 2 version. Hyrule Rules Age of Imprisonment. I don't know if that's a new game either, or if this is just a upgraded version of Hyrule Warriors. This is the hack and slash Dynasty Warriors spin-off with Zelda characters. Madden NFL 26, and they are really just showing off everything that people are going to be less interested in. A game called Chilling by the Fire, which seems like it's a cozy game where you are literally just tending a fire. Man, that is the entire game from the feel of it. So if this was like a free demo, maybe, but weirdly you're also picking up these things with like chopsticks. Yeah, that basically would have to be a free app for that to even begin to make people interested in it. And even then, I think it's a dumb tech demo. And then they're promoting the camera and sitting around the fireplace and having conversations. Look how awful that integrates the camera shot. Next would be Apex Legends. Notice it said available later today, not available free later today, so I assume it actually does cost money. Another ripoff tech demo of a game called Hella, which looks like you're playing as a mouse. You still occasionally seems like you are getting these occasional mouse games. Okay. Star Wars Outlaws. A lot of games. Too many games to announce. And this is probably some of the reason why it's negatively received. You should have had about half as many announcements in one direct. Chronos: A New Dawn is one game that might be good, but I don't see why the Switch 2 audience would really be super excited about it, or why it would play particularly well on the Switch 2. And then the two Yakuza Kiwami games. Right. And then they go through a short list of even smaller games that they don't want to promote too much. Goodnight Universe, NBA Bounce, that might be something there as far as a kid-friendly thing. Hello Kitty Adventure Island, Wheatful Wonderland. Is that an expansion? Romancing Saga 2, Revenge of the Seven. The Hello Kitty game should probably have been promoted more. Shinobi Art of Vengeance. Yeah. So I assume these games will probably get even more coverage in some future Nintendo Direct. Borderlands 4 is coming out fairly quickly, and they are just rushing through it. So it feels like the Nintendo Partner Showcase really didn't want to emphasize Borderlands 4 at least, or games that are just not going to play particularly well. I don't think I would say it was a Japanese games versus Western games thing. I imagine it was a bidding war where Nintendo just forced people to bid for placement and how much time they're going to have in this Nintendo Direct, and there's thus raising funds. The next was the Adventure of Elliot, and then after Adventure of Elliot they show the Octopath Traveler 0, and that is the last one on the Nintendo Direct. So yeah, I wouldn't say that was particularly impactful announcements. Not a single Nintendo game within that to compete, and way too many games being shown as far as trailers, and very widely in the length of the trailers, where it definitely feels like you could have had 2 Nintendo Directs. Is this perhaps a reflection on the idea that these games need extra help and extra hype for Black Friday? Because I suspect Black Friday is probably going to be a slaughter, as nobody buys anything at all. And maybe Nintendo expects that to be a slaughter, and that's why they have raised the price of the Switch 1 hardware too, is because they're expecting that quarter, when Black Friday happens, to be very poor. But yeah, you would think Borderlands 4 in particular would have had more of an emphasis, and it's really not the case. That Nintendo is just trying to go back and be a kid-friendly console, particularly with the Switch 2 being bigger physically. You would think they should be targeting more Borderlands fans, assuming Borderlands fans even exist, which is a big assumption at this point. Moving on, Silent Hill F was going to be set in the real Silent Hill, but Mount Fuji was in the way. The game's writer wanted to set it in Shizuoka Prefecture. There is a Japanese town whose name in Japanese translates to Silent Hill that has existed for hundreds of years before Silent Hill existed. But Mount Fuji being in the way, I assume means that Mount Fuji would have been in the background, which, yeah, most of the parts of Japan you could probably get a glimpse of Mount Fuji if you're not having a bunch of towers in Tokyo block your view. So the fear, I guess, would be that it would feel a little safer because you could see Mount Fuji, or would increase the idea of it would increase the idea that you could climb to Mount Fuji. The only other thought is literally the developers didn't want to cross over Mount Fuji to get to the town to take pictures, which would be ridiculous. There's trains almost certainly from every city to another in Japan. And certainly you could have written around that, and it could have been set in the real Silent Hill, and then the very first thing that happens is Mount Fuji disappears, and then you could have your main protagonist freaking out, where's Mount Fuji? I can't see Mount Fuji. And then people go, Mount Fuji? What is Mount Fuji? There are no mountains around here. And that would freak her out a little bit, and then she would just drop it. A large landmark ruined the mood, is what they're saying. That might very well just be Japanese save face excuse for the reasoning, because it literally would take like one conversation to explain away Mount Fuji not being there, disappearing. But yeah, Shizuka literally translates to quiet hill or silent hill, the Japanese language being pretty subtle in its meanings. And they realized because Mount Fuji was partially located in the Shizuoka prefecture, and because the enormous stratovolcano dominates the landscape of the prefecture, it didn't fit with the feel of the game. When creating the story, we wanted all of the staff to have a common understanding of where the game was set. To achieve this, we used real locations as a basis for our imagery. They actually did visit Shizuoka Prefecture as a potential location. However, when we went there, we felt the presence of Mount Fuji as seen from Shizuoka was too overbearing, and it didn't seem suitable for Silent Hill setting. Yeah. It definitely feels like they probably found a different location with more interesting thoughts. Looking at this picture here, yeah, that compared to the game, they wanted it to be more of a foresty region, and if you were to make Mount Fuji disappear magically in the story and then replace it with a forest, that would be something you certainly could do, but it would feel less like Shizuoka at that point, and so the whole gimmick there. I also think it's very much the case. I'm pronouncing this Shizuko, but it's probably Shizuoka is probably closer to the right way. It's probably still not the right way to pronounce it. I wouldn't be surprised if this prefecture actually doesn't like the association of being associated with Silent Hill as a video game, and would have had a whole bunch of local politics that might show up as a problem. Because yeah, it can be very tough to get anything done, I hear, in Japan, in any of the local politics realms of other prefectures, and that is in part why people tend to specialize in dealing with the local politics, specifically in Tokyo, which is not perhaps any easier, but it is more well understood. I question whether there is a lot of reason in Japan in particular for them to have as much local representation as they actually do, since their federal government probably would be able to accomplish more if they just had direct control. Same is true for like the UK. Once you get into these small island countries, the idea of having so many different cities and counties and things makes less sense compared to say the United States, where there's giant states with giant amounts of land masses and giant amounts of people. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you took the state of Texas or California and overlapped it for Japan, you would find that California or Texas is actually bigger than the entire country of Japan or England. Moving on, Capcom's shares price dropped sharply as Japan following the soft Monster Hunter Wilds sales last quarter. Momentum for the game has dropped, selling only 477,000 copies between April and June. Reception for the game also is not great last time I looked. So the shares of Capcom fall. And as far as stock investing tips, I don't really offer them, but I wouldn't expect the shares to come back up anytime soon. So if you're going to get a deal now and lock in for the long haul, you probably would be fine. I don't think Capcom is going bankrupt or anything, but particularly since they still have the Resident Evil series to prop them up quite a bit, but they are not hitting it out of the ballpark with the Monster Hunter Wilds series. And then even the visuals and systems are pretty much the same, as a quote from Hideo Kojima, who says too many games are similar these days. The Death Stranding creator says he hardly plays any big budget games now, which, yeah, I agree. And it's not just big budget games, it is also medium budget games and independent games and RPG maker games. That there's several different categories and styles out there, but it really is still the case that you have maybe 5 or 6 different types of games that most games appear way too similar to. That being said, different for different sake isn't always better, and I think Death Stranding and Death Stranding 2 may very well prove that. On top of which, the visuals in Death Stranding 1, let's just say Death Stranding 1, are still the hyper-realistic visual styles that you would see in any other AAA game. The UK and some companies in the US have rolled out face recognition software to determine whether you're under 13 or not. And some of the under 13-year-olds have already found that using pictures or even 3D models from Death Stranding will help bypass that face recognition software. Although I imagine there's just going to be a wave of accounts getting banned because you used fake IDs, and then people are just going to make new accounts. But like Roblox is one of them that they're trying to get their accounts unchild-proofed. The other game, which this makes even less sense, is Gary's Mod, that apparently some of these services are seeing the cartoony 3D models of Gary's Mod and unlocking accounts based on that. Which in the long run, I think it's just going to have all these companies require credit card verification of the age, which in the long run is going to bring about the question, do the banks really know the right age of people using the credit cards, or who is actually using the credit cards? And in the end, I imagine this is protecting nobody at all. A big part of this, I think, is a company called Persona, who I believe Peter Thiel owns that company, and they are the support company that is doing a lot of these age verification things. So I wouldn't be surprised if Persona lobbied for these laws heavily, so then they could sell their product to several websites in age verification. And in the end, this is all just censorship, pretending like it's trying to protect kids when really it's not going to protect kids at all. And yeah, I will end that conversation at that, and I guess I'll move on to the Komatsu. I'm half expecting that I would need to take a bathroom break, but I guess I don't, so we'll move forward. Grand Blue Fantasy Versus Rising DLC character Will Nass. His release date is going to be announced on August 2nd, so apparently this is an announcement for an announcement. Interesting. Grand Blue Fantasy Rising, we can see here, is rated very positively as a fighting game. Yeah, that was particularly what I found interesting, is that the kid I gave a Steam Deck to bought a fighting game, because yeah, I wouldn't have expected he wanted to play that style of game, although the visuals are very different for the fighting game he bought. Like, it is more closer to Deltarune and Undertale visuals than anything. It definitely is not Grand Blue Fantasy style of art or Street Fighter style of art. So he may not be that into actual fighting games. He may just be more into the turn-based aspect of it and the Undertale visuals. Because he has mentioned Undertale, or Deltarune in particular. I don't think you knew Deltarune was a sequel to Undertale. Rivals of Aether 2 adds Galvin on October 2nd. So another character is being added to a game. And this is another fighting game. I wonder if we are somewhere close to Evo. That would make some sense. Sony did announce its Fight Stick just a few days ago also, so that would explain why we're seeing different fighting games. This one though is only 69% positive in the last 30 days and was 79% overall, so this might be a case where this game is somewhat dying, and when it is so focused on online PvP as the only way to play it, that is a thing. Which, by the way, why is this on my wish list then if it's online player versus player? Yeah. You can play it for free and for the next 2 days as a temporary thing, but then you eventually have to buy it. Yeah. I'm gonna look at Rivals of Aether 1. I assume this is one of those games that I just overlooked. This one does have some single player aspect to it, but I don't know. Does it have split screen player versus player? Yeah, this looks kind of like a Smash Brothers game. Maybe that's the thing that caught my attention here, is that this was supposed to be an attempt on Steam to be a Smash Bros. Clone. Okay, I see why it was on the wish list. I was thinking this was a Smash Bros. Clone, and I could see why there might be some value there. So I'll keep that on the wish list and not double check myself. Another fighting game, Virtua Fighter 5 Revo World Stage, launches October 30th for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. Later for the Switch 2. Free upgrade somehow for the Steam people, I guess, that already own it. Yep. Any game I see that doesn't have a check mark, I'm just adding a check mark to say, hey, I last saw this game at this point, even if I did very little. Okay, so we have finally, and you would have thought that I would have heard about this already, and I haven't. I did know that THQ Nordic was doing a direct, and even seeing THQ Nordic doing like a separate direct on YouTube, I did not click on that video in the few minutes I was awake earlier today, and did not watch it. Heck, it might have even happened yesterday, and I didn't watch it. I've been spending more time playing PC Building Simulator and focused on that. But yeah, after at least a decade, the quadrilogy of Darksiders 4 has been announced, which hopefully ends the series on a good note and maybe opens the door to a full-on remake, reboot of the series in the next 5 years after this game releases or so. Hopefully it doesn't leave it on a cliffhanger or try to squeeze more money out of it. That being said, without having even seen anything, I'm pretty anti-hyped for a Darksiders 4, which is coming out for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. In that, one, Darksiders 4 might play very differently from the way Darksiders 1 and Darksiders 3 played. Darksiders 2 already plays fairly differently. And then the spin-off Darksiders game also was not well received and plays very differently too. So yeah, the fourth game may once again be in a fairly different style, when really it should just play like the first game, as a Zelda-esque clone, in that you're doing 3D platforming and finding keys and going through dungeons. B, I'm concerned that the quality might just be bad, even if it does play correctly. And C, I have very little faith in THQ Nordic or its parent company Embracer Group. I do not believe THQ Nordic would ever stop being part of its parent company Embracer Group, and Embracer Group has really just dropped the ball on everything they've tried to do up until this point. This very well might be the last gasp of an effort by Embracer Group to right the ship. So yeah, again, very unhyped around it. So let's watch the trailer and get hyped about it, the teaser trailer. The story so far has been hinted as a kind of an interesting twist on what if somebody secretly intentionally created a apocalypse before supposedly God wanted the apocalypse to happen. So this is the cutscene that was shown at the very end of the first game. And then a lot of the events that happen at the end of the first game happen after the events of like the second game and the third game, and probably the spin-off game. So it's all just been about getting the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, each of which has been a protagonist of their own game, except for one, to meet together and finally start fighting the bad guys overall. They've also introduced Lilith as a potential bad guy and a Satan equivalent, not actually called Satan, as a bad guy, and then the Council is bad guys, which I don't even know how you're going to end up defeating the councils. So there's probably about 5 bad guys already that need to be defeated, plus angels showing up. It is a third-person action-adventure game. Okay, that's so far so good. Traversal and puzzle solving in a lore-rich post-apocalyptic world, which, yes, that would put it closer to the first game. You can take up one of the legendary horsemen, each with their own unique weapons and combat styles. So you're playing as all 4 of them, which means the third horseman is never getting his own game, which the third horseman had like a gun attack, and perhaps the gun attack just didn't really play too well to deserve its own game, or maybe they're just rushing things. Fast-paced visceral action, blending melee, fluid transversal, and supernatural abilities, and then expansive realms to explore, journey through an apocalyptic landscape, each teeming with more secrets, enemies, and mythic bosses. Okay. The problem here with this teaser trailer is all it's doing is showing us the events of the cutscene of the first game, perhaps visually remastered. So it is ultimately teasing. And for the crystal split into 4 pieces to give you the number 4, that only really tells you that the currency that has been consistent throughout the whole game as far as crystals still is going to be around. So before watching that teasing trailer, said I was fairly anti-hyped by it, and after watching that teaser trailer, I have to say I am very much still anti-hyped on it. This is perhaps a good example I will put it on the follow list though, because I do want to follow it. Of this is the level, the minimum level of what you really need to make a Steam page and tease and announce your game. It can have a to be announced date. It can have 5 screenshots that are literally just screenshots from the trailer, and the trailer can really show nothing at all. It can have a minimal amount of about the game description, and obviously it needs the appropriate information as far as mature content and what it's targeting. Online co-op is going to be a feature. Family sharing might be something to pay attention to, if you care. Xbox and PlayStation controller support, certainly. All of the specs just really need to be determined. That's what TBD stands for. It doesn't have an ESRB rating or anything like that. So yeah. Steam Deck compatibility is uncertain, although it might be a good game to be compatible with Steam Deck. It's interesting to see the comparisons here. They're saying, well, if you like Darksiders, why not play Stellar Blade or Black Myth Wukong or Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, which is mixed reviewed, or Horizon Forbidden West, which, yeah. Certainly, there was a point at which Darksiders as a series should have been popular enough to beat all of them and should have felt like its own thing and really been real competition to Zelda games. Particularly now that Zelda games don't even have dungeons. But yeah. Darksiders Genesis here is the spin-off game where you play as the third Horseman of the Apocalypse. Which they changed the names of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse too. Like one of them I think was supposed to be Pestilence, and they changed it to something else. Yeah. But yeah, this was not a full game. Instead, introducing the character as kind of a top-down twin-stick shooter game instead. Clearly, even when this was released, Gung Ho Games was just trying to make several different types of games that would be in the same universe and sell maybe a little bit better. But yeah, this is from 2019. And it came out, I think, slightly before I played, before Darksiders 3 came out, but I played Darksiders 3 first. The SteamDB record lowest price has been $5.99, so now would be a good time to get this, particularly if you got this bundle here. Yeah. After the whole Prime sale day, I have not really seen a lot on sale that I've even needed to buy. But then I also feel like I'm potentially on the verge of paying a plumber a whole bunch, or paying other contractors to do a whole bunch. So saving money does make some sense. I'm gonna probably just grab that game though while it's on sale. I don't expect it to be discounted much more, but it might be. I could see once we get closer to the actual release of Darksiders 4, you could grab the game and a little bit cheaper. But yeah, I'm not really anticipating that I would get Darksiders 4 on day one and try and play it and get the footage out quickly, which at some point I probably should on my channel have just a bunch of pre-recorded footage for old games, and then when there is a new game, put out that footage faster, as just here is some new stuff and the old stuff is closer to like a rerun on TV. Which that certainly is a thought. I don't know if I could ever really keep up with that and at a certain point, maybe I should just live stream my footage if I'm going to do it that way. The fantasy first-person action RPG Fate Keeper has been announced, due out early access this winter. Yeah. Yeah. In the summertime, though, it is also worth pointing out that this is when my electricity bills are at the highest, so saving money by not buying video games in the middle of the summer, even though there is a summer sale, also makes a lot of sense. $300 basically this month for electricity, regardless of trying to save electricity as much as one can. That is something that I'm thinking about on my next PC, is that theoretically Bakelite Linux might be able to put my computer to sleep and wake it up consistently and safely, whereas my current computer never goes to sleep. I just have it on. I've disabled the sleep mode, and that is the old way in which Windows was best used. I also never shut down that computer, so heck, there might be some power efficiency even with a more powerful new computer that might lead to power savings, but I doubt it. Moving on through the Gamatsu news, Reanimal launches in Q1 of 2026. It's a cooperative horror adventure game. I feel like we have probably seen this before, but I'm not sure. It definitely looks like new screenshots to me. Well, no, we did see this, but it was a long time ago, as far as these horrific pig creature. That's what we saw. What happens after the flood gameplay trailer. This too is from THQ Nordic, so this was all that same presentation. From the creators of Little Nightmares 1 and 2. Yeah. We've got horrific visuals with a bunch of sneaking and 3D platforming from the looks of it, with some actual fighting too. Yeah. One would assume that this is probably interpreted as happening in the heads of the characters and not happening in reality, but you never know. In a funny way, a horrific game like this might very well compare and be better than like the Hellraiser Revival game that is more pinned down in lore and can't do crazier things. Waiting for the jump scare here. Literally no jump scare. Interesting. But yeah, a new horror game set in a new universe opens up the door for more possibilities, where anything canon breaking in like the Hellraiser Revival will just irritate people. See if we can make a YouTube short on that. I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't work. The Classic Trilogy is coming to the PS5 and 4, the Xbox One and Series in 2026. Yeah, these games might still be relevant. I would question it though. While those images do look nice on the cover, you can see that these are fairly old games. And yeah, I don't think there's a good enough argument to say, hey, if you like Skyrim and wanted to play some games that were somewhat like Skyrim in the past, play the Gothic Trilogy. I don't think that that's going to be a good enough sell. Yeah, the cover art here is way better than the actual screenshots of the game. Gothic Remake launches in early 2026. 22, and this was announced in 2020, so it's been 6 years. between its announcements and its potential release. Which, yes, in that case, there is perhaps a better argument to say, hey, I'll buy the Classics trilogy just to own it, but I would just show it off for a brief second before jumping into a remake. Now this remake looks better, but I wouldn't say that this trailer that may have been made 6 years ago looks great now. The graphics look a little low polygon. What they're showing here is not much. So it definitely feels like they should make a new trailer and show what the game might look like now. You have a real legitimate reason to be concerned that this remake is just going to be shoved out, and it is going to be 2020 level graphics and 2020 level of gameplay with no final pass trying to upgrade anything at all. Like, this might be an Unreal Engine 4 game when a little bit more work to put it on Unreal Engine 5 may improve things. And THQ Nordic and Embracer Group may just not have enough money or interest in polishing it a second time. This might very well be a game you would describe as being in development hell that's just being shoved out to sell. And see, that would be part of my concern, certainly, with the any THQ games being announced at this point. Is this just Embracer Group / THQ Nordic trying to shove out the last games that they actually created before they shuttered themselves? Let's see, the Guild Europa 1410 has been announced for PC. Okay. I don't know if I know a series called The Guild. And Europa, is that part of the Europa Universalis game series? Is that even a game series? I don't know. Well, it's not impressing me too much, so I'll just make a YouTube short on it and move on. Titan Quest 2 for PC is now available in early access. Has Titan Quest been in early access up until this point? I guess not. I guess there has just been a single Titan Quest game on PC, at least. Maybe it's been on the other consoles. Weirdly, there is no Steam link at the moment, though. Let's see. Oh, there is a Steam link, it just wasn't open for some reason. Well, I saw this on Thursday, June 5th, 2025. So maybe it was just wishlisted and pre-ordered up until this point, and now is actually available in early access. We can see it's 85% positive so far. Titan Quest looks like it might very well be a Diablo-like game. And honestly, it might be the right kind of Diablo-like game to catch my attention. But then I guess I would go and try and play the first Titan Quest game, which I already own. So, yeah. First Titan Quest games, very positively reviewed from 2016, so nearly 10 years ago. Probably don't need to checkmark something that I already own. So far, I have not seen the local storage checkmarks that I programmed into these websites causing any problems. I imagine they are just taking up an insignificant amount of space. The biggest problem they're going to cause is moving any of those check marks over to my new computer, because I don't think they aren't stored in the cloud, and they're not, I think, going to easily be transferable from one Firefox install to another, and that is going to be an issue. It's just moving things over from one computer to the other, moving over important things and abandoning a lot of stuff, probably. Yeah, I could see myself getting in the mood to play a Diablo game, but also I think that would just be yet another game that I am too busy to really think about playing. Moving on. Well, wait a second. Let's see. Yeah, I guess we'll go ahead and try and rush through the rest of the Gematsu articles, but then I'm gonna need to take a break. Not even so much a bathroom break, it's just I've been sitting here for 2 hours and 45 minutes and I need my seat cushions to reinflate. The Eternal Life of Goldman, quote, Can Fairy Tales Hurt, end quote, trailer and screenshots are available. Which, well, let's just look at it on Steam. Yeah, it looks like it's a Metroidvania game with kind of a bit of a point and click mentality, maybe in its visuals and its story, but Metroidvania, I think, in its gameplay. It does seem like that might be something that's interesting. Again, this is being published by THQ Nordic, which maybe Embracer Group and THQ Nordic have finally figured out a way to just be a decent publisher of other people's games, and or get the developers that they have acquired, that Embracer Group has acquired, to finally have a product to show. In the long run, maybe Embracer Group and THQ Nordic will have proven themselves to be right to acquire a bunch of companies, although acquiring companies like Gearbox and then selling it without them actually releasing any games in the meantime was almost certainly a misstep. But maybe in the long run they did just need to make a bunch of investments for a 10-year down the line stock of games to highlight. Sacred 2 Fallen Angel Remastered has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. I think I very roughly remember a game called Sacred. I don't remember Sacred 2. Visuals certainly catch my eye, with the glowing eyes and the eye tattoos and gray hair, swords, side boob, certainly catching my attention. Demons in the background. Let's see this on Steam and see what this looks like in actual screenshots. Again, the graphics look a little old for a brand new game, but I guess it's not a brand new game, it's a remaster. Oh, Steam said they had updated their player in the beta. I'm not sure that their player here has been updated, and there's more of a there's more of a YouTube type layout and feel to it, where previously there was a checkbox to autoplay videos that is now hidden under settings and quality of settings, and the new player is going to like try and resize the videos more accurately regardless of whether you're on a different resolution web page or not. So yeah, I don't know as far as Sacred whether there's really a game there that I would be super interested in as far as a remaster. But I guess at this point I need to look at other games in the Sacred series, which Yeah. Of the other games in the Sacred City series, none of those that were recommended were remasters for Sacred 1. So let's just click this and see if there is a Sacred 1 remaster, which THQ Nordic is just going to have a ton of games. So how could we find Sacred remaster if it exists? Honestly, I think the easiest way is just going to be to scroll down here and look through them all. There might be a better way to do this on Steam, but I don't know it. Could type in Sacred into the search engine box, and that might help. And it's just going to be a case of scrolling back until we see either Sacred 3 or something else with Sacred in the name, which is going to be way down here apparently. You can see through this long list that at one point, so Sacred 3 is 2014, so 11 years ago. Yeah. We would assume if Sacred 3 came out, that a Sacred 1 remaster probably either never came out. Here we have Sacred Citadel, here we have Sacred 2 Gold. So they're considering Sacred 1 Gold, maybe. Maybe the first game is just not that good. That is also a possibility, but then why would you have two sequels to a game that wasn't good? That certainly is a question. So yeah, Sacred Gold is the only version from 2006 that they seem to have on Steam available for purchase. Okay, well, looking at this game, it's not particularly impressive. Yeah, to the point where I definitely don't think I would really want to play it. Maybe if you got it for 99 cents. Then if you bought the entire franchise pack for $15 maybe. So yeah, there's a thought there. Go ahead and check that. But then you have like Sacred 3, mostly negative at 26%, so they dropped the ball completely. And this definitely looks more like a Diablo game. There's visuals. And then Sacred Citadel looks like a completely separate spin-off game. Is it even in the Sacred universe? Or is it just a different game that has Sacred in the name? Well, they implied it was in the Sacred universe. Yeah, this looks like a beat 'em up 4-player game. Much more interesting as a thought. And then Sacred Gold. Yeah. Again, it's just not impressive. Sacred 3, again, I have the same tabs opened here over and over again. And then for some reason Sacred 2 is tagged with what? Sexual content. Which, yes, in the modern times, do I really think that there's actual sexual content in here that would be objectionable? Probably not. So remaking the second game that was received fairly well, I guess maybe makes the most sense, but perhaps it would have been better to just reboot the series. And this Steam page almost certainly was made before they actually had to disclose any adult content which, yeah, they never really forced anybody to go back and disclose adult content if it had it. So old games are pretty much grandfathered in, but I imagine you get to see a little bit of skin, and that's about it in Sacred 2. And it would be, by modern standards, so blurry it wouldn't really even matter. Tides of Tomorrow has a trailer as part of the showcase, so they announced a lot of games. Not as many games as the Nintendo Direct, I would say. Think we have already seen trailers for this game. There's someone talking over this trailer. But yeah, where you may do some scuba diving, but also it seems like a lot of it is taking place on the surface of an ocean world. So yeah, I think we've probably seen this before. Yeah, saw this June 7th. Might be something, it might not. I'm gonna have to wait until that one comes out and get some reviews on it, I'm sure. Recreation is also got some trailers and screenshots, which I assume this is a car wrecking game, which apparently I haven't seen this before. And this could again be something, and it's going to heavily come down to how it plays and how much does it emphasize online play and how much of an audience does it really need. And then SpongeBob SquarePants Titans of the Tide has been announced for modern consoles and PC, which would mean switch to Xbox Series and PC and PlayStation 5 as far as modern consoles are concerned. Is this a new game? I think it is. I don't think there are any more SpongeBob SquarePants games to remake. So, yeah. That's one to potentially make a YouTube short on. And it does seem to me that I misspoke when I said all my macro ran fine, because I'm now seeing I don't have any gaming on Linux articles open at all, which we'll deal with that at the end of the stream, and this is going to be a fairly long stream anyways. So what I'm gonna do is come over here, pause the recording, take a bathroom break, even if I don't really seem like I need one, and take some kind of break. And so I will be back in just a few minutes. Bye. Okay, I'm back. I decided to eat a couple of crackers there, replacing my sugar addiction with salt and carbs addiction, and ran into some poor timing as far as the Yu-Gi-Oh! Replays going on there, in that I was trying to eat a small packet. Yeah, Ritz crackers have these individual packets of just like 12 crackers individually wrapped, which is great for portion control, certainly, and I only ate like 4 or 5 of them. Now my mouth is coated in salt and breadcrumbs. Those Ritz crackers are, or well, I mean, you could get the other kinds of packaged Ritz crackers and probably save some money there, but they're the closest thing to a bread that you can have in long-term storage for an emergency that you would actually want to eat. Where, like hardtack, is not something you actually would want to eat, and all other breads are going to go bad very, very quickly, moldy. Of course, none of that has to do anything with video games, so let's jump in back into the GameDeveloper.com news, which we seem to have a lot of news articles today, which we've seen a pattern of GameDeveloper.com just becoming better at actually having something to say on a day-to-day basis. Mark D. Laura joins GDC as Executive Director of Innovation and Growth. So this is GameDeveloper.com promoting their sister company, the Game Developer Conference. I have no idea who Mark DeLoria is. He was a former White House senior advisor for digital media and long-term game industry veteran. I still have no idea, and who knows what administration he was a senior advisor for, but it does seem like he has gone from being a political person who was maybe in the game industry and then became a political person and now has come back to the game industry. Yeah. Which almost certainly there's some level of appearance of corruption by being able to jump from being basically a lobbyist to being a political advisor to being basically a lobbyist again. But I'll leave it at that. Itch.io begins re-indexing free adult content and plans to slowly reintroduce paid content, basically admitting, I think in parts of it, either they had looked at all of the paid content and been okay with it, or they hadn't looked at it at all. But I guess it is also the case that Itch.io is looking at the paid content with fresh eyes through the censorious rules of MasterCard and other payment processors, which, yeah, that is still censorship. So don't let these stories make you think for a second things are getting any better, really. MasterCard, I know, did put out a statement, but I haven't read it, and I imagine it is not going to say anything specifically good. It's probably just going to be a bunch of legalese and doublespeak and not quell the gaming masses. And in the end of the day, it doesn't matter what they say, or even if they back down now, they're just going to try it again. And until there is actually companies competing with them promising not to do it, and companies, payment processors, one can jump to, instead of Stripe, PayPal, MasterCard, and Visa, they are just going to have the quadrulogy, or probably closer to just a cabal-esque monopoly over the industry. The Switch 2 has sold over 6 million units worldwide. We talked about that. Switch 2 exclusive Mario Kart World has sold 5.63 million units globally. So basically 370,000 people globally didn't get Mario Kart World yet. which is still a big number, but not too big of a number when you're talking on the scales of millions. They have their patch notes, Sony suing Tencent over a blatant Ryzen clone. These are just stories they've already talked about. I guess in part because they've introduced patch notes, that's one way in which GameDeveloper.com has increased the number of their articles by just rehashing articles. A Roblox user created game, I assume that's what UGC stands for, user game creator. Grow a Garden has nearly 22 million concurrent users in July. Had nearly 22 million. So apparently a lot of people were playing this game in Roblox. I can't help but look at a game like this and think, boy, is Minecraft missing out somehow, and that had there been a more online create your own world and share it platform for Minecraft, you would see something like this being played on Minecraft instead of Roblox. Well, I guess that's always the case with Roblox. In the case that Roblox is pretty much directly competing with Minecraft and Fortnite, I imagine a little bit too. A Turkey-based mobile dev, Good Job Games, has raised $60 million in Series A round. The round brings the total investment into the studio up to $83 million. Not sure if there's anything else to really say there. Turkey is certainly not known for having a lot of video game companies, so I'm not sure if one should be excited to see maybe that they're starting to build a bigger industry or not. And frankly, I would have to refresh myself as far as just what is the political situation in Turkey at the moment, because it changes so much. I know one country just a couple days ago allowed for the president to be re-elected infinite amounts of time and extended the term in which a president stays elected, which definitely feels like they're opening up the doors for a dictatorship for life in that country, and perhaps laying down examples of what the Trump administration would like to see happen with Trump. Moving on, Microsoft becomes PlayStation's top publisher, and annual Xbox Game Pass revenues near $5 billion. We have nearly 40 games in development, quote, so much more to come. Which, yes, I don't inherently assume Microsoft is just going to shut the door on games development, but I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of shut the door on hardware development, which might free up a lot of cash, but I'm not sure that that cash would be spent on making games better as much as it would just go into the pockets of the CEOs and other high-level management and shareholders. Hardware revenue decreased by 25% during the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. So that, again, not emphasizing hardware sales, don't really care about that. Which this may be another bit of evidence that the console war is over, although really the console war was probably over the second that Xbox said anything could be an Xbox. Once they made that proclamation, their fight in the war was over, which in fairness, Xbox has been losing the console war for years compared to PlayStation, and in fairness, the PlayStation has been losing the console war to the Nintendo Switch for years. So in reality, I think the console war probably, as a figurative bit of imagery, since it's not really a war, and well, people will claim console wars exist forever, but yeah, in reality, the idea of being able to legitimately claim a console war ended after just the first couple of years of the Switch 1 coming out. and then perhaps a new different console war began at a small level with the Steam Deck versus the Switch One and everything else. But really, that console war has yet to really even start happening, and you are stretching the definition of console to say the Steam Deck, which is a computer, is actually a console, even if it has a lot of console-like features. But yeah, PlayStation is also not doing good as far as its hardware, software sales. And with the release of the Switch 2, anybody who was holding on to a PlayStation because they wanted better graphics but didn't want to go the computer route, probably a lot of that audience can now say, well, I'll just get the Switch 2 version of these games and that'll be good enough. Although there may still be some people holding out wanting PS5 Pro level of graphics, which I imagine the Switch 2 can't actually achieve PS5 Pro level graphics. But it's probably for a minimal number of games, too. Like, Astrobot is one of the best selling PlayStation games recently, and its graphics don't really need to be that good. Let's see. Some of these I think we had already talked about. Yeah, some of these are ones that I opened up manually in the last stream, isn't it? So we had already talked about Crafton saying that the Subnautica 2 legal fight shows strength of its milestone process, which is weird double speak to say we're doing the right thing because we're getting sued. EA CEO claims that EA Sports will become the most valuable sports business in the world, which seems unbelievable and seems like probably just a attack against FIFA and them losing FIFA licenses, which is, I think, what happened there. But yeah, the idea that the real world FIFA leagues and real world soccer clubs, football clubs, would make less money than EA Sports is a little hard to believe. But maybe eventually that could happen. But I wouldn't bet on it, because as attendance dropped in the real world going to soccer games around the world, interest in playing a video game around soccer would almost certainly drop too, if not drop more significantly. And nothing at the moment indicates that there would be any reason why attendance would drop around real world soccer games. Nothing short of another pandemic, which apparently there's some kind of insect-borne virus that's being spread around in China, unless that was fake news I saw. But there's premature to start to think that yet another airborne COVID-like virus would come out, and even if it did, the United States is not really going to report on any of those cases, so it's going to happen in secret. So maybe if you got rumors of some new airborne disease, or if you saw a lot of people getting sick, be cautious if you're immunocompromised, but otherwise don't worry about it. It seems to be the only thing the average citizen can do. Moving on back to video games news, we talked about this. They're not losing money, quote, they are gaining less. A Heart Full of Games accuses the owner, Outright Games, of mismanagement. Atari is going to invest $5.1 million into the Thunderful company as it undergoes restructuring. IGDA calls the wave of adult game delistings a form of creative suppression. Microsoft details how the UK Online Safety Act will impact Xbox gamers, which they're not implementing that until early 2026, which seemingly means there's some kind of buffer for how quickly you have to implement these rules in the UK, and some of these rules are causing the rules to be implemented elsewhere where there doesn't seem like there really is a law forcing that to happen. Maybe they're just preemptively doing it everywhere. And then Sony files a lawsuit against Tencent for allegedly cloning Horizon series. We talked about that too. And so that's going to bring us to all the new games on Steam to start with, and then we'll go and look at the Gaming on Linux news articles at the end. Is this a real game or a text game? Yeah, it's a real game. So we'll give it a chance. I'm going to say no to that one and that. Now, I'd like to go through all these games fairly quickly, but the odds of that happening are not. SCP game, but the first screenshot is in a big open field. That doesn't feel in line with how SCPs look every time, and the name and the thumbnail really undersells it, so I'm going to say no to that. Pub Life Simulator. Now I am playing PC Building Simulator, but I would say for the most part I am not going to get deep into playing simulators, particularly ones that are just simulating potential jobs people could potentially actually have. PC building actually is perhaps not a potential job that most people can have. Sure, if you're in Shenzhen, China, you can be a PC shop and do just fine, but if you're in the middle of some small town in the United States, you aren't going to be able to get enough business and to keep your bills paid and things like that. And there were points where I would have liked to have a computer shop. I would have never been able to get a business plan together and get a loan. Frankly, I would have just never been able to get a loan. The small banks in that small town that I was in at the time would have said no to that, and there was already a couple people trying it and probably failing at it to run computer shops. And no, none of them were hiring, certainly. But yeah, on some level I did think it would be fun. People who do enjoy building computers do tend to enjoy building computers and try to convert that into an actual job. Of course, Circuit City took a lot of potential jobs away from small shops before it went bankrupt, and then Best Buy took a lot of jobs away from people, and even now Best Buy does virus scanning jobs and things like that with their Geek Squad. Which yes, I interviewed when they were first setting up the Geek Squad, and they were really uninterested in people's abilities to do anything and really interested in you being a tall, skinny geek who would wear a white shirt, black tie, and then white socks with black shoes to look like a geek. It was 100% just probably discrimination, legally speaking, of who they were hiring, and they were definitely not hiring anybody who did not fit that look, which, come to think of it, probably also included any females. And yeah, the services that Geek Squad offers now are bad, on top of many stories of people at Geek Squad doing things inappropriate to people's computers, on top of them also kind of habitually many stories of people scanning computers to see if they can find anything that might be considered illegal to turn them into the police, which, yeah, you would expect more discretion in that. Also, though most people probably wouldn't have a real problem with that, but the snooping is the problem, really, more than whether they found something or not. Because if they're snooping on the bad guys' computers, they're also snooping on the good guys, everyone else's computers. So, yeah. I wouldn't recommend taking your computer to Geek Squad. Also, they don't inherently do a great job. I think they also reject a lot of jobs if they're going to be anything more complicated than just running their virus scans. That's another thing about PC Building Simulator is weird, is that the virus scanning software, which is just a made-up video game virus scanning software, installs to people's computers, and then you have to restart, and then you run it on people's operating system on their hard drives. Instead of it being a live USB Linux ISO, where you would plug in a USB drive and temporarily change the BIOS settings to make it boot to that USB stick and scan, which is much better of a scan and will capture more of the kernel level viruses that are really nasty. It may still not really capture any kind of BIOS level viruses if such a thing is installed, but I'm not sure you could ever guarantee to remove a BIOS level virus at that point. If you got such a thing, I'm gonna have to say no to that one. So yeah, even the way it's depicting in the software, even for a 2018 time frame, the idea of installing software, leaving the software installed, whether that is something that the customer wants or not, is all just not really being a good computer shop person to change how their desktop icons might look, to change how much space their hard drive is taking up by installing software, to just install software at all. You want to very much embrace the Boy Scout motto, leave no stone unturned, when working on people's computers, and you want to leave it in the state they want it in or they had it in. You don't want to all of a sudden install a whole bunch of temporary demos because you're also advertising to it, which I think that's another thing Best Buy does, is that if you get a virus scan, all of a sudden you have this temporary demo of a virus scanner that's going to try and upsell you. Suffice it to say, I am not a fan of Best Buy Geek Squad, which I'm not sure if Best Buy's really even going to keep Geek Squad much more, as they seem to be trying to shift more and more to being more of an appliance salesman, selling refrigerators and ovens and dishwashers. Well, this looks actually a little interesting, but it may very well be nothing. I'm going to say no to this. But yeah, the ethics of running a good computer shop probably should be talked about more in the game. But they are also, in part, just my own things that I have developed. But most people know what should be done and what shouldn't be done, and PC Building Simulator definitely lets you have broken pieces of equipment that you can put into computers and sell and rip people off. And I suppose that is part of the simulation, is that you could just be an absolute jerk and screw over your customers. But I mean, well, that's not going to help you. You're going to get sued, or at least ruin your reputation. Yeah. And see, then you have the kids that build computers and sell them on eBay for cost just because they like to build computers, which has also ruined the idea of charging a reasonable fee to own a shop, pay for the electricity of the shop, maybe hire an employee or two, have inventory, pay for the shipping of components. Yeah, there's just a lot of extra cost when running any business that go away when you're not doing things the correct way, the legal way. Which, yeah, there probably is some level of illegality happening there when those kids are building computers, but nobody's going to really stop them or prosecute them for it, more than likely. PC Building Simulator also doesn't talk about VAT tax as a UK game, which it really probably should, nor does it talk about sales tax in the United States, depending on the state, which it probably should, which that would be a whole nother aspect to simulating running the shop, is just the actual finances around that. But yeah, it's Mad Birds is a clone of Angry Birds, but frankly there aren't that many clones of Angry Birds on Steam, so I'll make a YouTube short on that. I might get somebody irate enough to comment, just as a rage bait YouTube short. Yeah, I don't know if my YouTube shorts right now are airing consistently day to day, but some are popping up here and there. Yeah. I did try to run a business and ran it for a little while and managed to shut it down effectively without going bankrupt, but it never really got any success or much business. And the business I was trying to run was a bit more specialized and not really about building computers, which, yeah, as I look back on my life in particular, I just realized that there's a lot of people, frankly, that just did not want to really deal with me at all, which is probably true. Most people probably don't want to deal with most people, but didn't want to hire me. And yeah, part of that was a small town, and so if you go into a shop and say, hey, I'd like to work with you, they would just look at you and go, oh, here's some competition that I can size up, and then maybe I would hire him if they were really a threat, but more than likely they won't be a threat, and that they really didn't have enough income or budget to hire people. But yeah, had I been living like in Manhattan or something, or LA, I probably could have gone down the path of running a computer shop. Although, in fairness, it is also worth pointing out that had that succeeded, I probably would have stayed with that job way too long and built computers and been okay with it, but never really gone anywhere else. Inherently, you are just being a IT shop helper there and a salesperson, so your next job very likely would be retail, or your next job from a computer shop might very well just being an Uber driver, if such a thing exists, or a pizza delivery person after that. It doesn't really translate very well into getting into actual IT, which was my later career path, where you're actually being hired by companies that have a need for computers to be maintained constantly. Yeah, one company that has a fleet of 100 computers will keep you in work way better than a shop where you would potentially need people to come in multiple times on a daily basis to get business. PC Building Simulator really only lets you have about 6 jobs at a time, and at some point it feels like it's going to have a time management element to that, but also weirdly nothing actually takes any time. It's not like there's a clock counting down, which is what I would have expected would have happened, is that you would have started a day and then you would have had only like 20 minutes to do all the activities in that day, and it just doesn't work that way. There's not even an option for it to work that way. And this one doesn't support English. Which, yeah. When watching Game Grumps play their supermarket simulator game, totally works that way. And it, yeah, PC building simulator is not too different from supermarket simulator. It's a little bit more technical. You're doing a little bit more things hands-on, but I wouldn't say it's that different. This one also doesn't support English, so we're seeing a few more non-English language games, which I still feel like that's a good thing. Relaxing Sudoku with friends. This looks like a lot of Sudoku going on here. Futoshiki. Or is it Futoshiki? It's misspelled on one of these two, so that alone I'm gonna say no to. I don't know what Futoshiki or Futoshiki is. It's probably something similar to Sudoku. I would guess some kind of number puzzle games. Again, the Japanese language and the Japanese hiragana and katakana don't really allow for word games to work as well, so they are much more in the realm of making number games, which then also make them much more popular as far as global appeal. Chess Texas. Why would it be a chess set themed around Texas? What makes it specifically Texas themed? I don't think I believe this is something that would be good. I think there's some gimmick here, or some joke or insult here that I'm not getting. But yeah, guess I've lost my track of thought and probably don't have too much else to say. Let's see if we can burn through this quickly, hopefully. Like, kind of repeating myself there, but yeah. Would like to be done in less than 4.5 hours, if that would be possible. Would be nice. I guess it clearly is the case that PC Building Simulator has caught my attention since I am still talking about it. Sudoku Acres. Well, weirdly, this is Sudoku, but without the numbers. So that is something I might keep an eye on. Although that's probably just going to really confuse the situation and still just be basic Sudoku. So yeah, despite all of my complaints about the how to build a PC section and the free play section not having modern components, this one doesn't support English either. Or this one. Despite all my complaints there, the career mode is working fairly well. I definitely feel like the original version of PC Building Simulator had no licensed products in it and was going to be very much a smaller scale, simpler game. And that might very well be the case as to why we are not getting updates still. There may very well already be a PC Building Simulator 2. And maybe that is the game that has modern hardware. See, now here's the thing. Something weird is happening. I'm seeing these tabs twice. And then I'm going to close the tab once. And it seems like it's closing the tab twice. Probably because I woke up one tab and then woke up the other. So I've maybe accidentally closed a few games there that I actually would have made into YouTube Short. There was an early time in PC gaming where this art style would have been considered acceptable, although even this is pretty bad, and that time would have been decades ago though, not now. Yeah. I don't know enough about racing to know if that's something of any interest, so I'll lean on the side of saying go ahead and make a YouTube short on it. It is going to be weird though when I actually build my PC though, and things are fairly different. Yeah. Another thing that's wrong, there's just a long laundry list of things that have been gamified or just not realistic, is that you have infinite amounts of compressed canned air when you are more than likely going to have to pay for that in the real world, and probably would use an air compressor, but once you get an air compressor you need to hide it in a closet or outside because it's so noisy. And then but then also you should probably have something like a docking bay or another area where you're dusting computers to start with before you even bring them into the office, because you want that to be a separate place. You don't want your workshop to be blowing dust into the air of your workshop, which would then just have the dust settle. Most dust does just settle on surfaces, so it's not like it's just going to go into the air and be filtered out by your air conditioner as much as you might want it to. And in the long term you're going to hurt yourself and then the employees by having a dusty environment. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense to have an intake area where all computers are unboxed and you check them for dust and insects and any kind of cat or dog hair or anything else that might be wrong with them, or just damaged in shipping in particular. Which, yes, PC Building Simulator is a remote shop where everything is shipped in. No opportunity for a storefront and for selling other components, where if you had to buy compressed air, then you definitely would want to be able to sell it to customers too. This is that game Heartworm, which is being received very positively. Is this a game that's single player? Yes. Okay, I'm shocked. But I know when I see something that has over 30 reviews and is rated very positively, I want to put it on my wish list. So I will put that on my wish list. Yeah. See, we're seeing a lot of duplicate tabs on Steam, and I thought the duplicate tabs on Steam were going to be separate from each other, not next to each other. So I have no idea what happened here, that we're having things so close to each other. I'm gonna say no to that. Yeah, if you were gonna have kind of like a computer shop that was, in the old days, you might even want to put it in a mall, like right next to a Radio Shack. I don't know what you can really sell. It's going to be a lot of mouse pads and things like that, and like I think the real move, if you were going to succeed, is to have a LAN party gaming zone and rent out rooms with pre-built computers and have that be a completely different source of income that hopefully would be consistent. I'm not sure in the Western world if that actually would succeed. That would be something. Certainly if you're in a location that is right next to like a junior high or high school, that might work very well. As far as here's a gaming center, pay for a month pass or something and you can play. Might work, but then also kids might just break things and spill drinks. But yeah, you have a gaming center and then you sell snacks and you sell food and you get those small things, but trying to squeeze money out from kids can be difficult too, as they have usually no money. But that would be my general thought. At one point I definitely had the fantasy of having kind of like a half gaming center, half computer shop, half movie comic book store. Just have a little bit of everything around the geekdoms and the fandoms. This would have been before geekdoms and fandoms became pretty mainstream, and most of those things are just available now either through Amazon.com that doesn't exist, which Amazon.com certainly ruined the possibility of having any kind of business, but also things like anime started showing up even on the shelves of Walmart, which was not the case in the old days. But yeah, several different geekdoms all together would have been a fantasy shop, but even then I think I pretty well knew it was a fantasy shop. It was building a place I would like to exist. It wasn't really building a place that I think would actually make money. And yeah, I'm surprised to see that even comic shops now stay around. I think mostly it's a case that somebody owns the business, the building, and so they don't have to worry about rent. They're paying minimal in electricity and they're keeping themselves busy, and they're making just barely enough profit to justify staying in business. And that's about it. Comic shops perhaps do have a fandom that is willing to spend a little bit more money. But yeah, there's a real danger in computer shops in particular, and that you're going to have somebody come up and maybe buy a computer and spend a couple $1,000s, and maybe you'll get $1,000 in profits in that if you can mark it up and not feel like a total ripoff, because most small computer shops are just paying the same price that the retailer would pay. They're not getting bulk discounts, which is a big problem there. Only OEM manufacturers like Dell or IBM are going to get any kind of like bulk discounts in that way. And that's why consoles have been so much cheaper than computer gaming has been in the past. Although now maybe they're not that much cheaper. But yeah, you're going to get somebody that buys a new computer maybe once every 10 years. That is not a consistent loyal customer, and so you would need enough people doing that on a weekly basis to justify staying in business. I'd really like to know why my macros seem to just get worse and worse every time there's a new Firefox update. And honestly, I guess the lesson I'm not learning here is to just stop updating Firefox as often as it wants to update. Which, that doesn't sound safe, but I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if there's any way you could really pull that off. Even the movement that is trying to encourage people to build Linux computers or install Linux on their computers instead of just moving over to Windows 11 because you're being forced into it, that movement, that website, is mostly just trying to push people into going to local events for Linux user groups. Which, come to think of it, yeah, I probably should find a local Linux user group, and maybe after I build my PC do that. It'll give me something to do to get out of the house, and does supplement the gamer group meetup once a month. Nicely, 2 meetups a month is with 2 completely separate group of people would be more than fine, I think. But would have to be a good group of people too. Okay, now we're still going forward. I thought for a second there we were done. Time flies might be something. There's a whole bunch of duplicates, way more duplicates than I thought. It says like 31 duplicates, but it may just be 31 left. SCP Cartainment Breach is an interesting parody on SCP Containment Breach, which I think is the multiplayer spin-off of what is it, Control? Yeah. Alright, well, that'll bring us to the fall list cleanup, and we'll look briefly here and see. Free camera mode was added to Naya Jewel Hunter, patch 13 to 9 Kings, out of the Park Baseball. This Ninja Gaiden is out now, which maybe that shouldn't be on the fall list if it still is. And do we see anything else here of interest? No. Okay, so before we get to the end of the show, which, yeah, we'll scroll way back and then we'll open the Gaming on Linux articles and then we'll be done and see what we have for Gaming on Linux. Okay, here's the Gaming on Linux interstitial, so we'll close that. And then here's Gaming on Linux. Okay, so we're on page 2 right now of Gaming on Linux. I don't even think Gaming on Linux has any kind of anti-bot check, so I don't know why this didn't open. But I'm going to highlight all of these, and I'm also going to look at the number of duplicates and see if this opens a whole bunch of duplicate tabs, implying that Gaming on Linux did occur, it just occurred somewhere else. And opened all of those connections. And then we will let that happen. While we're at it, why not actually grab some of these daily missions, which I'm not really collecting all of them as much as I should. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've actually looked at Yu-Gi-Oh! And this is probably decent time to look at Yu-Gi-Oh! As far as just what are the new products. Got a free pack here we can purchase. There's no way I'm ever coming back to Yu-Gi-Oh! Though, so it's kind of pointless to even open these cards. And in reality, I think it's pretty obvious I'm never even going to get into Pokemon TCG Pocket. Nor do I think Pokemon TCG Pocket is going to let you ever transfer your cards from that game into another game. Let's see. Got a free pull here. It's been months. Found a new card pack to encourage you to open more card packs and spend real world money eventually. Each of these free pulls indicates a card expansion pack that has happened. Yu-Gi-Oh! I guess is pretty dead too, because I definitely don't hear anybody talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! So my guess is that maybe in Japan the trading card game still has its consistent fan base, and certainly in the rest of the world it might have its consistent fan base, but yeah, I don't think there's much of anything there as far as the Western world and any new expansions. Gameplay mechanics and wild and craziness, that's though really still makes Yu-Gi-Oh! The one to play if you are going to play something. 1500 for 10 ultra rare packs. You can see how these new art styles are so different from the old Yu-Gi-Oh! As far as they're just getting anime girls. And that'll probably be the entirety of everything I can afford. It's not like I really know what any of these cards do. Insect Synchro Tuner effects for your fusion spellcasters. They haven't introduced any new mechanics in a long time. I think, unless there was a new Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime TV series, they wouldn't introduce a new mechanics. They've also completely dropped the ball as far as Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush is concerned, as that card game has not been brought to the West, and it's been years. If anything, it definitely seems like they are mostly trying to make money just selling the old Yu-Gi-Oh! Games, reselling them. This is very much not video game news. Yeah. Seems like there's a bee theme in the cards as I increasingly sped up clicking through all of that. So the Dual Pass Gold I wouldn't want to buy because I'm not going to accomplish that. And then we have exactly 500 crystals left, which would mean buying that. Which, yeah, leaves me 500 short to buy this structured deck. Leaves me really short as far as buying any actual individual packs, and leaves me short buying the most recent things available as far as all the cosmetics, which is no surprise because you're really gonna have to play and grind, which this hasn't seemingly changed at all in over a year. This changed a decent amount, since I last did the solo stories and gave up on them. So I could go through these solo stories and probably get a few extra crystals. But yeah. Where are we now? Trying to get to the Gaming on Linux articles now. Should be able to go through all of this, but the very first thing we see here is Carpark Capital, Pixie Editor, lossless scaling. So apparently several games have been mentioned in a Gaming on Linux article and were linked. So the first Gaming on Linux article we have is Proton 10.0-2 beta brings even more gaming improvements to SteamOS. I feel like we may have already even covered this article. But yeah, there's a list of games here that they are continuously trying to make sure run well. Very long list of games that they're trying to compete with and or make it compatible, not compete with. Okay. Let's see, closing things dropped us back to Gaming on Linux articles. Battlefield 6 on Linux systems will be unplayable due to anti-cheat, just in case anyone was curious. Which, in fairness, for a website called Gaming on Linux, it is worthwhile to mention when major AAA games are going to fully admit that it's going to be unplayable. The developer of the PlayStation 1 emulator DuckStation threatens to remove Linux support entirely, but not yet. Seems the main developer of the PlayStation emulator is not happy with Linux packaging. Maybe this is specifically a license issue, or maybe this is specifically it being in a flat pack. Yes, which this has been a story that has happened several times where it is not a flat pack. In this case, it's an AUR package for Arch Linux. So, yeah, the AUR packages themselves seem to be not maintained well and supported well. And it's the same old argument where somebody's trying to work on their project and they're getting headaches and hacks for operating systems that only comprise 2% of the user base. So, yeah, people are irate for the way Linux packages on Arch under AURs, in particular in this case, are packaged. But this is kind of universal in a lot of operating systems, and it is one of the things that flat packs are trying to address. Although there is this issue certainly in that flat packs are trying to have more sandboxing and security, where many programs are designed specifically to not have that level of security or sandboxing in them, and as such they are not good candidates to be in the flat pack, flat hub, or any other flat pack repository. If DuckStation did remove support, though, it probably wouldn't mean too much, because at the end of the day, copies of the current versions of DuckStation exist, and they're probably good enough. While people would like to stay with the newest versions, it would be easy enough when you're just emulating old games that aren't going to have any new features. So the next article is here's the most playable games on Steam Deck, which is I guess why so many of those articles so many of those games were updated. Which, is this a personal opinion, or is this a personal opinion that is really just the collection of the top 100 games being played on Steam Deck? I think this is probably just the top 100 games being played on Steam Deck being refactored by Gaming on Linux. Yeah, it is just the Steam's own information being refactored for their article, which is fair enough, but not super exciting information, which means we should see several more games listed here. Yeah, Umamasume. At this point, I guess I should just put it on the follow list and check it and know that I almost certainly have made a YouTube short on it, although maybe not. Like, it's not checked, so potentially somehow my macros to make YouTube shorts skipped it somehow. I don't know how. I don't know how my own code works at this point, because it is acting so erratically and so inconsistently. Blasphemous. Terminator 2. No Fate. I think I probably made a YouTube short on that too, but I'm gonna double check and try again. No Man's Sky. NBA 2K25 apparently being played on the Steam Deck quite a bit, despite its mixed reviews. Marvel Rivals. We can see here only 62% positive as far as Marvel Rivals in the last 30 days, where overall it was 78% positive. I think they most recently announced a Punisher character, but I do think the player base is starting to fizzle out. The 24-hour peak is 133,000, which is about 5 times less than the all-time peak of 644,000, which even that is not particularly big enough. And they're at season 3.5 for a game that came out in the December of 2024, which means their seasons are moving really fast, which might be part of the problem too. But I think mostly it's just a case of it not being a thing. Yep, just wanted to double check here that Persona 4 Royale is in for mature, or Persona 5 Royale is in for mature there. Like, the kid I gave a Steam Deck to probably would like to play a game like that, but he is a kid, and so in for mature is definitely a no-go. And yeah, at some point I should actually just buy Dead Cells and play it for my own self. Here's that game Light of Morty Ram, which isn't actually out yet. Let's see, next Gaming on Linux article. Stardock Entertainment revealed Elemental Reforged, bringing together multiple games. I think we had already talked about this article. It's a weird thing, certainly, to take 3 games that they're claiming were originally broken up and seemed very much like they had been made on the same engine, and merge them together and effectively have a 3 times as complicated gameplay experience as you try to squash 3 complete games together. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a lot of games out there where you could merge them together and it makes sense. Even if you had like 3 mini games set in the same universe with completely three completely different gameplay mechanics, even that is very weird. more realistically, you'd have a game like Heroes of Might and Magic 1 and Heroes of Might and Magic 2, and maybe you could merge those two together and make a remake. In the same way that I imagine the first couple of Fallout games could be merged together into one, and then you could make a remake from that. But completely different gameplay mechanics is kind of crazy. Disney Dreamlight Valley still rated very positively. Still kind of weird that it has in-app purchases and has sold for $40 consistently. I don't think it's ever been on sale. And I guess it is getting updates still here and there. So it's not what I would consider abandonware. Cult of the Lamb. Stellar Blade, still very, very positively received. Not a lot of data here, but there's 10,000 people playing it right now. Yeah. Date everything is overwhelmingly positive. I don't know where all of these articles are coming from as far as opening these Steam links. I feel like it might very well be a case that there are links that are just advertisements to other games on Gaming on Linux that I probably need to use uBlock Origin to block, or do a better job of writing how the JavaScript that's being injected in this works to open Steam links. Souls Game Studio releases its Flash Classics in the Sword and Souls Legacy collection. Again, I think we had already talked about this. So really there may very well have only been a couple of Gaming on Linux articles today. So as we see a reduction potentially in Gaming on Linux articles, we're seeing an increase in GameDeveloper.com articles. Not that there's a connection there at all, it's just that it is noticeable that there might be a slightly different focus at the moment. Terminator 2 No Fate moves to an October release, according to Gaming on Linux. We have Dead by Daylight. Seriously Cool Combat Game Fumes has entered early access. Yeah, these are all old articles, but they're linking, as far as I can tell, to even older games that aren't connected. Yeah. The cerebral psychological horror Split from the developer Buckshot Roulette is now out. Yeah, see, this is very much not what I would want. I don't want to just be shown random links to random games. When there's just no actual article here. This is yet another Gaming on Linux article we'd already covered. So honestly, at this point I could have just skipped all the Gaming on Linux articles and that would have been fine. Atari acquiring 82% of Thunderful Group AB as they're restructuring. Yeah, we definitely just don't need to be seeing these same games over and over again. So that's another thing I need to work on, and another thing that weirdly is not working right now when it was working before, which in this case that might very well be a gaming on Linux issue in particular, that they might be changing their HTML. And since they're promoting a lot of the AAA games, we're seeing a lot of them. Yeah. This looks like this might be new. Valve has made Steam library customization a little easier in the latest Steam beta for desktop and SteamOS. In Steam Deck, games can now have their own dedicated tab in the Properties menu for customization, giving you a single standard place to change the game artwork. Not only that, but they have also added a special text box for you to add to custom name for sorting your Steam library differently to the game name. Special name you add is not shown, it's purely for display sorting, something that people have been asking to add. An interesting way to do it. So yeah, I guess if CS2 or CSGO, for instance, you want to search that and then you can't find anything labeled CSGO or CS2, now you can label it effectively. Now, I suppose it is worth pointing out, nope, those pictures are not going to look good, and I think I'm going to just have to reload the page to make that go away. No. Why can I drag this picture around but not get it to go away? That's as zoomed out as I can get. Let's see. Let's try that and see if that works. Well, I screwed that up. All of the interface buttons are hidden. I guess I can do this. This is the way to do it, yeah. But like even then, with uBlock Origin turned off, it's not working. Alright. Got it. I guess that way. So with everything turned off, I can look at this bigger and get back to what I was talking about. That was quite a waste of time. Inherently, there was already a Decky plugin that did this, and it still doesn't include the idea of custom background music on the store, which another Decky plugin supposedly does that, but I never got it to actually work. This will make it a little bit easier now to have non-Steam applications on the Steam Deck perhaps being added to Steam with custom art and look better, but that's still not really going to be an automated process. So if you're installing like Waydroid for Steam Deck to run Android in gaming mode, that still would probably be better if that by default does install icons, and I believe it is going to be by default at some point actually doing that. But then there is also going to be a lot of developers that either don't have the artistic skill or just don't care enough to automate that whole process. Oh, I thought I was scrolling down for real, but actually what I'm doing is going between the two pictures. And yes, you can see here what the gaming on Linux looks like when things are not being blocked, which maybe there is something we can recognize here while we're looking at this as to, are there a bunch of links to games? I'm not really seeing any. And then if I turn back uBlock Origin, this is what it would look like with that turned on. And then when I put the CSS, which yes, I really should just have Grease Monkey installed instead of having two separate extensions, one adding JavaScript and one adding custom style sheet code. And yes, you can see how I've made the websites and put actual effort to make the websites much more readable and consistent between different websites. A lot of effort was put into that. Otherwise, though, it seems like the latest Steam beta isn't doing much of anything else, which we are increasingly seeing that as a case where the whole scenario is that Steam betas are focusing on one thing at a time, and typically they are really just tweaking things more than making major changes. Valve has revealed the Steam Steam sale and events for the first half of 2026, which we can see that the first Next Fest is going to be in February. The spring sale is going to be March 19th to March 26th. And then let's see if autumn sale is September 29th through the 6th. Please note that that is a different time frame compared to previous autumn sales, which maybe means we would get an announcement of a new piece of hardware of some sort, a new Steam Deck or a Steam console in autumn. That might be about the right time to expect one, if they would actually do it at all, which is a big if. And then the winter sale is in the same slot, I guess, the 18th to January 5th. So it seems like this is all of 2026. But they, I guess, no, wait, this article split it up. They only go up to May for 2026 announcements, which is the Steam Next Fest. So they're not even really confirming a summer sale, just a spring sale in March. And then the article changes and talks about the current sales that are coming in 2025. Which, yes, I suppose we aren't too far away from the autumn sale, and yeah, even thinking a year ahead, it is possible that there would be a Steam sale. Honestly, this information is kind of useless, and is almost certainly being put out because Steam is just trying to change the narrative and not have people talking about the censorship happening on Steam. Like, we have seen a massive amount of announcements, and very obviously somebody high up at Valve said, everybody who has any kind of announcement to make, I want it out as soon as possible. We need to change the narrative from this whole censorship talk. And I don't think it's going to really change the narrative. I think it is probably just going to be kind of ridiculous. Lossless scaling frame gen for Linux hits 1.0 with a new UI, making it easier than ever. I think we may have already talked about this article. Still not really sure I want to engage with lossless frame generation, but I probably will buy it by the time the next major sale happens, assuming I'm buying games at all. The free and open source 2D graphics editor Pixie Edit is now out with Linux support. So inherently, the links that we saw first are coming from articles way over here, just backwards. Yeah. Pixie editor. This one I want to grab. Certainly. The new Nexus Mods app adds collections creation, library searching, and more improvements. I'm still not sure if you really want to support Nexus Mods at this point, but it's nice to see them continuously working on their new app. A tycoon strategy game, Car Park Capital, gets a new trailer and publisher announcement. Which, honestly, that sounds like one of the most boring games you could possibly ever make. Managing a car park. So, Valve has finally upgraded the Steam trailer video player and re-encoded around 400,000 videos, many of which they didn't have the original versions of. So, this is the new trailer player, but let me go back and see if I can show off the video. So you see this like buffering thing in the lower left. I think that's actually the game, and so they probably should have had a video that would have a black bar at the bottom. But yeah, you can see how it very much feels like it is just very much copying what you would expect to see from a YouTube video. But yeah, brings an upgraded interface with a UI that adapts to different devices, preview images when seeking through an image, faster seeking and scrubbing, transitioning to full screen, smarter bandwidth usage, and improved handling of different aspect ratios. So that probably was a fairly large project being secretly done, but also certainly points out that their future, as they see it at Steam, is not to just be a desktop first platform. Their future is to see more and more people watching videos on cell phones or different aspect ratio devices, Steam Decks, things like that. Itch.io re-indexing the free adult content as they search for new payment processors. Good luck on them actually finding new payment processors and see how well that really works. It'd be nice if it worked, but I doubt it will. MasterCard did release a statement about game stores, payment processors, and adult content. This is updated. Valve provided a statement to Gaming on Linux in response. MasterCard did not communicate with Valve directly despite our request to do so. Master communicated with payment processors and their acquiring banks. So basically middlemen who are mostly run and owned by MasterCard, which weirdly I think Capital One owns MasterCard on top of that. Payment processors then communicated with Valve, and we replied by outlining Steam's policy since 2018 of attempting to distribute games that are legal for distribution. Payment processors rejected this and specifically cited MasterCard's rules. Well, the payment processors are citing MasterCard's rules. So the idea, and they're writing this in legalese to say, hey, these are acting like these are separate entities, but legally speaking, it's pretty obvious these are the same people and the same entities. Rule 5.12.7 and risk to the MasterCard brand. See this PDF. So this is the response, the update to the article. The original article from MasterCard in their statement says, MasterCard has not evaluated any game or required restrictions of any activity on game creator sites and platforms contrary to media reports and allegations. Our payment network follows standards based on the rule of law. Put simply, we allow all lawful purchases on our network, which is straight up a lie if we're to believe Valve. They don't allow all lawful purchases on their network if they hurt their brand, and it's straight up a lie based on their own PDF and rules. At the same time, we require merchants to have appropriate controls to ensure MasterCards cannot be used for unlawful purchases, including illegal adult content. Which, yeah, why do you need to include this? So, yeah, the original article here is MasterCard denying culpability when clearly they are culpable, and they are hiding behind wiggle words and saying, well, it's payment processors which we control and have complete authority over that is really doing this. So yeah, it's just some grade A BS doublespeak, which I am not surprised by. Alright, well, I think we are done as far as the Gaming on Linux articles go then. And yeah, I would definitely have to assume we had looked at all the new games on Steam. So, that is going to be the end of the show, and barely, just barely, I have managed to stay under 4.5 hours for the stream, and if I was wise, I would just go back to sleep and try and wake up tomorrow, or later today, I guess, and